All right, looks like we are up and ready here. Sorry, I know it's super late. We're a little more than 3 hours late getting started today, actually. And that's because I was awake until the wee hours of the morning this fine morning. And that's because something crazy happened. Hey, Drat's online. And level 21. Good for you, Drat. Way to go. Way to get her done. Anyway, so I found out something super cool yesterday. And that is that starting at about 5 o'clock, you just get nothing but charms out in the FFA zone. So the number of charms I was getting yesterday was actually pretty disappointing. And it kind of got worse as the day prolonged, or as the day went on. But as soon as 5 o'clock hit last night, something happened, like a reset to the loot drops or something. And this happened 2 nights in a row where I just started getting charms coming out of my rear end. So I don't know why 5 o'clock is specifically the thing. But go to the FFA zone after 5. It will change your life. I'm making like 100K a night in a couple hours. It's crazy. But yeah, it's time to get some stuff going. We have some Umbral shards here. I kind of want to spend some Umbral shards. Let's upgrade something. We've got an 800 gear score there. What do we got? Leeching Taunt, no, Lifesteal Attunement. Divine. Why has this got Divine on it and Vigor? What do we have? Is this two defensive slots? Okay. Let's see if we can't find a couple of defensive slots for our weapon here. Is there a way to look, actually? Let's see. Change terms. Okay, so you can only look at charms that you have. I wish there was a way to look at all the charms. All of my charms are currently up for sale. Why do I have this thing with 2 defense mods? No wonder I keep getting the crap kicked out of me. It's because I'm dumb. I don't have any other hatchets. And I put my rune glass in there. Wow, I really am dumb. Okay, well, that explains why I keep losing at everything. Like, these aren't even good defensive slots for me. Divine and Vigor. I guess Vigor's okay, but jeez. Jaro wants to invite me to their guild. I have an idea. Why don't you kiss my ass? Oh, let's go weapons. Let's go hatchets. Let's go gear score. Well, people think a very large amount of their hatchets. I don't actually have any gold I spent all my gold. I'm trying to level up all my crafting skills right now. If we go back over here, we look at my trade skills. We're actually doing a pretty good job. We got armoring up. We've almost got engineering to 200. Jewel crafting's in a good spot. We got to work on arcana, but I'm just trying to get these. And we got to get leather working and friggin' tracking and skinning up, which is going to make me hate my life. But smelting, woodworking, and weaving up. We got to get stone cutting up. There's quite a bit of stuff going on. Let's look back in here. I think this is probably... Yeah, this one right here is worth upgrading. So let's go ahead and upgrade that as much as we can. Bring up our average gear score a little bit. It's a weird day. It's a weird friggin' day. I wanna be a billionaire so friggin' bad. Buy up all the things I never had. I wanna be on the cover of... If you invite me to your fucking guild again, Jaro, I am gonna hunt you down every time you play OPR. And I am just going to make it my mission to make you quit the fucking game. You stupid pile of garbage. For real. For real. Stop it. It is not okay. To just be randomly inviting people to your stupid guild. Nobody wants to be your friend. Go away. I hate everything about that person. I don't like having to make myself less accessible so that I don't have to deal with dumb people. That irks me. That irks me a great deal. But let's get in here and let's do some stuff. I'm in a murdering mood. Let's play some Outpost Rush. That seems like the right plan. So something I need to get better at, and maybe it means I need to change my skills. The hatchet is not great at chasing people. And the sword and shield is not great at chasing people with this skill set that I've got right now. So I feel like maybe I should get rid of this skill and take this skill instead. Rush forward, staggering, pushing back foes, dealing damage. Ability has grit. On successful hit, all enemies within 5 meters are inflicted with weaken. Reduces their outgoing damage. That's actually really good. All enemies within 5 meters are slowed for 4 seconds. That's also really good. So this stun is great. I love stunning enemies. But I feel like maybe taking this out. This one's just too good, right? Reduce base damage from attackers by 30%. Reduce stamina damage by 20%. I use that just all the time. I wish that I could respec this without completely resetting everything. So I've got 1, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. And then I'm going to go 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. We got 1, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. And then we're going to go... We're going to take all these. I think we did stamina damage reduction, block gain, fortify, gain stamina when hitting. Probably that. Probably not that. Reduce damage from all magical types. Being hit or blocking a hit will extend the duration of all buffs. Was it this? Yeah, we're definitely in a PvP mood today. I was in a PvP mood yesterday, too. I don't need the additional threat. Let's do that. Oh no, we need stamina damage for sure. Yeah, that'll be fine. Now we can dash at people. We did a lot of PvP yesterday. I was going ham on the PvP yesterday out in that FFA zone. We might actually go back out there. I need a lot of materials and stuff. So I might just go farm it up out there. Yo, what's up, Chris? How are you today? How goes the war with trying to get into the game and actually play it? If you're still playing the character that you're playing on this server, remind me of your name and I'll send you a friend request. Or did I already get you as a friend? I think I might have actually already gotten you as a friend. I don't even think I can access my friends list from in here. Whatever. Stay up tonight, so I'm gonna make my character after finishing dinner. Oh, nice. Good deal. Get it, dude. Get it. Call me Timmy XD. What a name. Timmy! Looks like my team's like all together over here. Crazy. Alright, let's go murder some fools. Let's create a little freaking mayhem. Yo, they're getting messed up by some fire right there. You know what? I bet you there's only like one dude over here. Like a boss. I think I got an ally out here. I should probably go help him so I don't get... Oh, no, we got a bunch of allies out here. Never mind. Let's go around, dude. Go around. Is the bow even fun to use? I have no idea. I am a tank. I have always been a tank. I don't play anything but tank in PvP or in MMOs. Because I like to get punched in the face. I like to punch people in the face. Okay, this dude needs to stop squirming around here. S&S hatchet is where it's at, dude. Look at that chase. Oh, get dookied. Get dookied. Yeah, I mean, who wants to be a DPS anyway? Being DPS is boring. Dude, I am messing people up right now. Time to go back to ours. Yeah, if you're going to play DPS in light gear, you either have to just never be in the fight, or you have to be really good at roll dodging and maneuvering. There's no standing there tanking if you're going to be light gear. Big Donson. Bop. Come over here, Big Donson. It's one of these flail dudes. What's up, flail dude? Come on. Come on. Give me some. Give me some of that. Give me some of that. Oh. It hurt. Stop giving it to me. I don't want no more. Okay. Now we're coming back. Yeah, I got friends, punk. Nope, you got friends too, and you got more friends than me. Gonna murder people. So much murder is fun. Gonna cut 'em with my sword. Slice 'em with my hatchet. Oh, just wanna murder someone. How are we losing? What is happening in my life? I don't like it. I don't like whatever it is. Oh, it's Big Don's son. Oh, I see. Ha 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 ha. Help me, teammates. Time to go get this middle spot back. Yoink. Woohoo! Thanks, boys and girls. Oh, my team left. Okay. It's just me and 8 enemies. Got it. They bailed hard. Why are we losing so bad? I feel like I'm doing good. I mean, I'm not like murdering people, but I'm holding on to fights a really long time. Playing out there in the FFA zone has really been good for my PvP. Yeah, somebody's trying to come around behind my team here. What's up, dude? Come here. Yeah, I didn't think so, buddy boy. No sneaky sneaky. Yeah, this shield rush is way better. I feel much better about being able to stick on people and stuff this way. Get back over here. Come here, Trev111. Yeah. We got him. Yeah, I got another one. Boom, boom, boom. Another one bites dust. Boom, boom, boom. Another one bites dust. And another one gone, and another one gone. Another one bites dust. Hey, I'm gonna get you too. Big monster! Big monster! Woo! Yo, we are messing people up. I can't believe that just switching to this shield rush has had such an impact. You trying to sneak around behind here, pirate boy? Yeah, you better run. Whose house is this? My house. Damn. They got me. It wasn't my house anymore. They got me. I wish there was a way to, like, check my stats. I think I'm doing way better this game than I normally do. At least as far as combat stats are concerned. I've been in there just messing people up. Oh, shiznit. Fight's coming out. Keep running. Run away more. There's so many of them. Oh my god, we're all going to die. Well, that was unfortunate. Let's check them stats, though. Let's see them rankings. Ooh, rank number 5 with 7,000 points. 4 kills, 21 assists. That's the first time I've had a positive KDA, I think, ever. I actually feel pretty good about that. That was a good fight right there. That was a good fight. Good job, team. Strap ooh. I was the top player on my whole team. Yo, what's up? Uh. First place on my team. First place on my team. I am so good. First place on my team. This person got way more kills and stuff than me. They must not have been on the objectives and stuff like I was. Must be why I got so many more points. Feeling pretty excited about that right there, let me tell you. It feels good to do good. I definitely think that this shield dash move is going to help me out there in the FFA zone. Because I was getting raffle stomped out there. Just dookied on. By a couple of people. It was not fun. It was not fun. We got a hatchet. Arboreal attunement, bloodletting, some stuff I don't need. Alright. Don't really need any of this. Let's get rid of it all. Don't really need any of this. Let's get rid of it all. Let's get out there and murder some more people. Ooh, we got a new PvP tract. Ooh, hardened alluvium. Those aren't nearly as valuable as they used to be, so. When you activate an ability, gain a stack of 7% power or 10% power, up to 3 stacks. After you hit with a basic attack, lose all stacks. You can gain empower stacks for 3 seconds. Sorry, can't gain empower stacks for 3 seconds. Okay, well, that's probably not very good. I don't think I want any of those. Let's go to our activity card. Bop that right there. And then let's hit some more OPR. Because I'm in a murdering and mayhem mood. I want to murder and commit mayhem. I honestly think that I should probably go back to sword, shield, and flail shield. That's what I feel like. Because I think that I just do better when I have a shield. I'm pretty good at trying to absorb some of the big hits. Oh, we lagging. This game just lags out of nowhere really bad sometimes. But I'm pretty good at absorbing big hits on the shield and trying to, do that. And this gameplay style where you're like shield attack, is so much different than the hatchet play style, where it's just attack, just get in there and attack. And so I think having the mix of those two styles is maybe hindering my ability to play a little bit. So maybe we should consider. I've got some points on my flail. Yeah, we're up to level 16. This is what I used to have. I went through and kind of picked some stuff. This might make me a lot more tanky now, too. So what if we take our Power Stone? If health is above 90%, attacks cause 20% weaken. Works on both weapons. So what if we just try this for this match? I need to level up the Power Stone. Obviously, it's in a really weak spot right now, but that's fine. Bam, slap some people. Bam, get some healing on. Bam, whack some people. I can't be without my shield, you know? I like it too much. It doesn't give me necessarily the same amount of chase. I mean, I guess that's kind of a good chase skill. And, I mean, that's really not, but that's a good... People are in the way. And that's got some pretty good range on it. We'll see. We'll see what we can do here. Everybody always goes straight for mid because they think that's the most important one. And they would be wrong. You gotta start getting those points. I'm gonna be the only one capping this whole fucking thing. So frustrating. So frustrating. I guess we did get mid. That's nice. Good job. Good job. I guess I'll stop complaining if they're gonna go in there and do good. I guess I'll stop complaining. We're gonna go out and around here. Like all the way. And go sneak into their side. And then go have some fun fights. They got people gathering up some resources out here. Yo, this dude's tanky. He's not doing anything. Oh. Okay. Well, I did feel better about that. Um, I need to get better about using my skills on the flail. I don't exactly even really know what they do. I read them at some point, and I made the decisions to have them. But I don't necessarily remember their uses. I know that the whirling around me one is an empower. Um, or maybe a fortify. Might be a fortify. It's probably a fortify. Whatever. Chased him out. Good enough. Not gonna go running around chasing people like a dummy. Gonna go up here and get in this fight. Get in there. Okay, I maybe should not have jumped off the back of that fort into the entire enemy team. It was maybe a bad idea. I got a little bit big for my britches there. But I'm just having a good time. It's so much fun to just go be ridiculous. And it's not even necessarily not helping my team, you know? Somebody's trying to take my spot. This is mine. I capped this. You're gonna want to get out. Are we getting a respawn? Time to go. Find people to fight. Time to go. Find people to fight. Oh, why am I all of a sudden all by myself out here? Doom, doom, doom. I just got killed again. Hey, we got a respawn now. Somebody's over here just getting it. Jettion? I think it was Jettion. I don't know who was doing the thing. But good on you for doing the thing. The rest of us are over here just being a bunch of left-click dipshits. Just all we want to do is fight. At least somebody was over here being smart. Just wanted to try and push back their backline and disrupt their healers a little bit there for a second. See if maybe that would help my team. I didn't think I was going to survive that, although I didn't think I was going to die as quickly as I did. I was a little shocked. Thought I was going to maybe be able to, like, jump in and then get out, but there's too much ranged going on right now. We're all out in the open over here. And there's nothing but ranged people. And I can't really fight ranged people in an open field like this. This is not the best map for me, especially if we're fighting not on points, you know? If we're fighting on points and we're inside the fort, I can kind of maneuver a little. Dude, this guy with this freaking rapier is like going ape tits trying to kill me. He's barely even tickling me for the most part. That was actually pretty funny. That guy just teabagged me. It took 3 of them like a minute and a half to even break my shield. And he teabagged me. What a clown. What a clown. Why are we having this fight back and whatever? Y'all have fun. I'm outies. Thin mints. Dude, I love me some Thin Mints. I haven't had a Thin Mint in a while. That time spent in the FFA zone has definitely made me just generally better at PvP, which makes me very happy. The freaking flail is definitely the frontline weapon. Like, holy shnikes, I feel tanky when I get this thing on. I'll keep chasing you, that's fine. Nice win. 200 Umbral Crystals for a win. What's up, dude? I didn't realize we got so many. What do we got in our rankings here? What do we get? Oh, 22. Gross. How did I get rank 5 when we won, or when we lost, and rank 22 when we win? I only got 4,000 points. Gross, dude. Freaking gross. I guess it's to be expected if I switch up my weapons, though, that I'm not necessarily going to be perfect at it right away. But I get to open up another OPR chest. And OPR chests are just fun to open. Give me some good stuff. Come on. A plate chest. I definitely don't need a chest piece because I've got the set piece. Healing heart on heart rune, heal. Fortifying toast on potion drink, gain fortify. Refreshment, reduce, regenerate, max. Ooh. If that was a gem slot instead of a skill slot, I'd actually be pretty happy about that. As it stands, I don't really need any of those. Don't really need any of those. Yeah, I'm feeling pretty good about myself right now, and I'm feeling a little squirrely. We might go back out into the FFA zone here. Because that's what happens when I start feeling good about myself, is I want to go PvP people in the FFA zone. Alright, we need just one more of these. And what do we get here? Conscript's Ice. Shirking, exhausting, mortal aggression. That's not good. Shirking, mortal aggression. Oh. This has the infix for the pants. When consuming an elemental charge by using a non-magic weapon ability, gain 20% stamina regen for 10 seconds. That's actually really good. Freedom, shirking, mortal. Hardcore parkour, flame conditioning, enfeebling maelstrom. Okay, well, none of that's really any good. So we're good there. Gosh, I don't know what I want to do. I don't know if I want to keep playing OPR or go out into the FFA zone. There's so much fun to be had. Or heck, we could even go into the catacombs. Honestly, I feel like the flail might just be better even for the catacombs for my life leech stuff. Let's actually upgrade this flail. If health is above 90%, attacks cause 20% weaken for 5 seconds. I don't actually like this flail. Do we have any flails? We don't have any flails. Okay, well, what are the... Defeat Lost at the Citadel. Defeat Zygoramet and Zygoramet's Grove. Defeat Chariot Kepri at Solarium Kepri. Can we... right, it's in our journal. We go to our journal and we look at artifacts. We unpin. Well, no, we'll keep that one pinned. Yeah, we'll unpin it. I only need 11 more kills in the open world to upgrade my boots all the way. Then I think I actually have to do them at the kiln too, yeah. No, I already did them at the kiln. Yeah, so I just got to do kill players. Let's see. Artifact, Power Stone. Okay, it's pinned. So let's go see. Where's this lost thing at? Oh, it's all the way back here. Okay. Well, that's in the PvP zone, which I'm totally into. That'll also help me, you know, if I get into some PvP fights. And I think the other two things are these soul trials. Let's see. I haven't figured out what this soul trial is yet, really. Hmm. Well, we need to figure out what those things are. I don't see any other ones anywhere. Oh, there we go. There's a one. So this must be one of those bosses that I need to kill. Looks like we have a fast travel point over there. Let's go murk this dude real quick. And let's level up our power stone a little bit. It's possible I won't end up using it It's kind of nice to have that above 90% weaken thing. But my biggest difficulty, well, I guess my biggest difficulty isn't just range DPS. That is typically where I'm having struggles. But I guess also some of my struggles come from people who are using things like great axes and stuff. And so if I can hit them with a weaken and throw up my sword and shield, like defensive stance, defiance, at the same time, then maybe that would end up helping me out, making things a little better here. I'm kind of going around right now because I don't want to go down. It's easier to go down than up, right? So I want to make sure. Zygormat's Grove. Oh, he's a soul trial. Okay. Cool, cool. So he's just a soul trial that I didn't have. I've also ended up in an area I can't get out of, which is weird since there's a chest in here. Ooh. Do we have to climb up this way, I guess? Oh, okay, that's the grove right there. That's where the boss is. So we need to go around to get to wherever the entrance is. I understand now. Because it's just west of me. That makes sense. I get it, ladies and gentlemen. I am not a moron. Somebody's up here typing. Let's go beat this dude in the face. Do I have to have a quest for this? No, thank God. I have to have a tuning orb? Do what now? What in the hell? And then there was another one. It was like way over this way, I think. There it is. This is the other boss I have to fight. Okay, well, let's go see if I need a tuning orb for that one, too. And if I do, then we'll figure out how to craft the tuning orbs. And we'll get this shit done. So here's kind of a crazy idea that I've been floating in my brain, and I don't think it'll actually work, but maybe, is running sword and shield with the featherweight chest and running it with a great shield or a tower shield. But now that I'm also using flail, it might be fun to run sword shield flail shield with all light armor with the featherweight and a tower shield and just block it up and then just whack the shiznit out of some people. I don't know if it'll be totally effective. I don't know if it'll be at all effective. It might be good in 1v1s, because definitely one of the things that's kind of holding me back in 1v1s is my damage output. If I get better at blocking, then it'll definitely be of benefit, because the tower shield and all of my stamina resistance and all of that stuff is still going to have the same effect pretty much no matter what. Yeah. Pretty much no matter what weight my equipment is, I'm going to take the same amount of stamina damage. So my ability to block doesn't really change based on my armor, which is huge. How much lodestone can I get from one of these nerds? Let's go here. 3 lodestone, okay. Just need to check things sometimes. Oh, these are 5-person group things, too. Oh, this is like a boss, okay. How do I even get in here? So let mercy come and wash away what I've done. This is an elite zone. Does it only open sometimes? Dormant for the night. So you can only do it during the daytime. Is there a way to know when it's going to be daytime again? What's the world time here? Well, that was interesting. Start attacking an enemy, and then somebody drags a bunch of stuff right past you, and then you just end up in a massive fight. That was pretty hilarious. Okay, well, I know what those two bosses are. Again, I don't actually think I care about the Power Stone at all, but what I have right now. Let's go into an OPR. Something else I want to check actually is the weapon mastery here. Let's take a look at the flail and shield. I want to see if any of these are taunts. That's a grit. All right, none of these are taunts. This has a taunt. This has a taunt. But none of these are taunts, but I think that's okay. Heck, maybe I won't use this in PvE. Maybe I'll just use it in PvP, who knows? So let mercy come and wash away what I've done. We got some orders still selling, which is great. We got tons and tons of charms here. This is the secret right here. At 5 o'clock, 5 a.m. my time, so I guess it's 7 a.m. Eastern time, I start getting tons of charms in the FFA zone. It's happened to me 2 days in a row. And from 5 o'clock in the morning, like something about the loot bucket resets or something. And then over time, throughout the rest of the day, the amount of charms you get just deprecates. But I'm going to start. That's why I was so late today. Either I'm going to start going to sleep super early and then waking up at 5 a.m. and playing, or I'm just going to start staying up until 8 a.m. and then my streams are just going to be later. Because I'm making almost 100K a day in 2 or 3 hours out there farming charms. And that's stupid. I went to sleep last night with no currency and I woke up this morning with 55K. Or went to sleep this morning, woke up this afternoon, you know. And that's not even all my charms being sold. And that's even, I had some dude chasing me around out there last night, killing me with a musket. And we were getting in these big long fights because he was totally glass cannon. And so if I hit him a couple of times with my sword, I could kill him. So he was always running away and trying to keep his distance. And then if he was keeping distance, then I had to go like use objects like houses and stuff to try and force him in closer. And I could just shield him, and he basically couldn't break through my shield. Get out of my way. Oh my god. So we were just sitting there for like 10 minutes at a time where I would block and then try and get him to come around the corner or something like that. And then I'd attack him and he'd run away. And then he'd try and shoot me again and I'd block and try and get him to come around a corner. And it was a nightmare. If I'm being honest. Did not enjoy it. But that's another reason that I think that musket shield or musket sword and shield build will be so good. I think I'll be able to put down some pretty good whammies. I'm obsessed with sword and shield in this game, in case you hadn't noticed. I think it's probably the best weapon in the game. The ability to block attacks is too strong. Why did I go that way? I wanted to go this way. I got used to the other map. And I thought I was going towards the thing that I needed to go towards. Now you tell me after I picked a squishy character. I don't think most people would agree with me, Drat. I think most people think either the flail or maybe the spear or the blunderbuss or something like that is the best weapon. And they're certainly strong, and those people aren't necessarily wrong. It's just my personal preference. Oh, I accidentally left before that thing got captured. That's my bad, dude. Nice work, dude. That guy's ally totally bailed on him, and I don't know why. That fight would have been way closer. That's the other option, is Sword Shield Inferno Fire Staff. Would also maybe be a lot of fun. These two are stronger than the last two we fought. Why can't I use my skill? Oh, it's on cooldown. Am I trying to use a skill that's on cooldown? Yes. That was my bad. I fucked that up and good. Sorry, friendo. Oh, why are we getting pushed all the way into our base here? Don't just stand there at the spawn. Go out a different exit. Move the fight around. Please. You are just gonna lose if you fight coming out of that tiny little choke point. You cannot win that fight. Going into their backline like that was always going to end in my death, but 4 of them chased me back there, which meant that 4 of them or more were not involved in that siege on our choke point. And the reason that I was trying to do that was to try and get an opportunity for us to push out of the choke point. It doesn't seem to have actually worked. I like a good fight as much as the next person, but when it looks like the fight is won, go to the point. Some good work right there. Way to go. Way to push this other point. There's one of them at our point. Y'all got this one. I'm going back. Or at least it seemed like there was one of them at our point. Oh, there's 2 people here. One on our team, one on theirs. All right. They're taking their point back. Time to get back over there. We can't lose either of these 2 points because we'll lose this game. They've got mid pretty well held down. Damn, that guy hits freaking hard. Holy crap balls. That greatsword guy put a whammy down. My goodness. That person is ripped out of their brain. They're probably a glass cannon, though. Bet you if I'd have just started attacking. Of course, I hit him with a couple of moves. Forgot about the barriers. I used to have teammates over on that side over there. They went back to the main fight, and then we lost everything, and they didn't decide to go back. We were doing good. I don't know why they decided that that wasn't the play when it was so obviously the play. We were doing a good job. We were getting points. We were holding things. These dudes having a healer is ass. Maybe even multiple healers. And this three here with me are on a team, but they're not doing anything. They're just fighting in this ball. You've got to break free of that, and you've got to go after their healers, because y'all aren't making any headway in that fight. There's more of them than there are of you, and they have healers. You can't just roll your face into your keyboard. You got to do any sort of analysis of the field and identify the bruiser guy with the great sword, not the target. The fact that there are only 4 people on my entire team going to these sides, and the fact that we still can't seem to take mid, despite the fact that like half of their team is over here, is borderline pathetic. Like, what? The rest of our team is pushed back into our spawn, and they just keep fighting at that exit. Go anywhere else. Holy crap. Don't walk out of the gate that puts you in a tiny little hallway where the enemy can just stack AoE damage on you. You absolute clowns. Look at this. Oh, look. Now I'm behind them. Oh, look. I'm not in some tiny little opening getting booty smashed by all of the freaking DPS. Look at all this room for maneuvering. Drag a couple people off the bridge. Make any sort of opportunity happen. Don't walk out the front door into a siege. There's a reason sieging in medieval times worked. And it's because the things that make your fortress difficult to assault also make it difficult to assault from. Huge fortifications with limited modes of ingress and egress are extremely defensible from the inside, but they are also extremely defensible from the outside. even at a range beyond what like archers could hit, because you had, trebuchets and ballistas and, huge engines of siege that you could just point at those locations of egress and just rain down hell on. So if you tried to go out, you're just done. Literally the same thing happens here, except on top of not being able to go out because they can pin you down, you also don't have the benefit of being able to stand on the top and shoot, shoot arrows or whatever into the enemies. So it's even worse in this situation because it's not a defensive position. It's just garbage. And that's fine. It's a very small group, right? The enemy can't necessarily defend all of the locations that you can leave from in a single area. So, I mean, literally all you have to do is just go somewhere else. Just go through another exit. You're fine. But if you walk out that front door, you're just going to die. Once you get pushed to that point, if you don't go out the other exits, you have like maybe a 10% chance of being able to break that siege, because they do technically have a longer run to get to you. But like, especially in that Angry Earth one, that run isn't that far, right? The Angry Earth one is really small. Maybe in the original OPR map, right? Because that run is really, really long. Maybe you can break that siege by going out the front door. But on that Angry Earth map, no way. You're toast. Absolutely toast. Not even in your wildest dreams are you breaking that. Wow, the Flayland Shield is actually getting a PvP balance reduction. This is how you know, Drat, that most people don't think that Sword and Shield is a good, because the PvP balance doesn't even reduce the damage of the Sword and Shield. Flayland Shield gets a reduction, Bow gets a reduction, Ice Gauntlet gets a reduction, Warhammer gets a reduction, Blunderbuss gets a reduction. Fire Staff, Great Axe, Hatchet, Life Staff, Musket, Void Gauntlet, everything gets a reduction except Sword and Shield. And Great Sword, actually, it seems like. So, I think it's the best weapon in the game. Apparently, I'm all on my own in that. But I think when you look, so the Sword and Shield has a couple of things that I think are super important. When I make my damage build, I'm going to take a few things. Stamina damage is reduced, blocking melee, important. Stamina damage is reduced when blocking ranged, important. These are kind of the bread and butter of the Sword and Shield, because they make you super tanky just by blocking, right? That gives you 15% more damage mitigation right there. So you can take 15% more attacks. And then when you have the strength up to like 250 or 300, then your basic light attacks give you stamina regen. So you can block, regen, block, regen, block, regen, and just keep that stam up really, really well and put out much, much more damage. I don't think it's good enough. If you were insanely good, I think you could do it even in like PvE tanking. But I think out here in the OPR, because your weight changes, right, kind of creates your class. So if you look here, if you're wearing heavy, your base damage is reduced 15%. Your outgoing healing is reduced 30%. Your incoming crowd control is reduced. And then your dodge sucks. Your dodge stamina cost is more. And then it says after taking a melee hit for 0.5 seconds, you cannot run. And that's actually less than everybody else. And then PvP crit damage taken, you reduce. But then if you look up at light there, you have your base damage is increased by 15%. Your outgoing healing is increased by 30%. Your dodge is the quick roll. Your dodge stamina cost is only 45. And then you have less PvP crit mitigation and longer stuns or staggers when you take hits. And so, and that's a base damage, right? Your base damage is reduced by 15% when you're in heavy. So, oh, Tired Taco, that dude was on the other team last time. That's funny. So all of your multipliers get hit. That's 15% less damage, not 15% reduced damage. Because it's multiplicative, not additive, when you're reducing the base like that. But it is why, so especially when it comes to dueling, if you're good at evading, if you're good at blocking, if you're good at doing those things, light armor has a pretty significant advantage because there is an active block system in this game, especially in PvP. Light armor sort of has the highest potential, and especially light armor, sword, and shield has the highest potential because this doesn't get reduced, right? There's nothing in this weight thing that says anything about your stamina damage. And so if you can wear if you can wear a heavy a tower shield, well, I'm not sure why that guy hurt so bad, and I didn't do anything to him. That was interesting. That person's way better geared than me, or they're way smarter than me. And here we are again at our spawn. I mean, look at how bad that position is. Coming across that bridge when you have all of this up here to contend with, when you have, you know, people being able to hide behind those walls to contend with. Like, how are you ever supposed to get across that bridge and make any sort of a reasonable attack? I'm so tired of people escaping me. Got you. You should have just kept running, dude. You'd have made it. Oh, okay, so that's just all the enemies. Got it. Squirrely ass freaking rapier users. I might have been able to work on something to try and take out that rapier person, but as soon as they had an ally with them, I was toast. Okay, what is going on? What even is this fight? Okay, so we just gave up mid. Got it. That totally makes sense. Here we are again. Push back to the bridge. Running across the bridge. The people on the other team are ripped out of their brains. Everybody I'm fighting seems like they just have incredible gear. Because every time I try and hit somebody, it doesn't even tickle. And then they hit me so hard, it's not even funny. Which, there is definitely a lot of work that can be done to my gear, specifically for PvP. Having a hybrid build that you're trying to use for both PvP and PvE is always going to make you weaker at both. But it's the best way to do, you know, the most content with a single build. So there's no reason to believe that those people aren't just having a good set of gear that's specifically tailored for PvP. Potentially all of it's already 800 gear score. Mine isn't. You know, potentially they've got some set bonuses. I don't. So there's obviously a lot of distance between me and the best possible build. But it's weird to me that so many of them feel like they're on the other team this time. I just feel like everybody I hit is like punching a rock. Except for that person. I can get that person pretty good. Like, who was just... Oh my god. One of those archers just whooped my ass. I'm in full heavy. I have a ton of thrust resistance. What is going on? Oh, I know part of why I'm not tanky right now. Part of the problem is that I'm an idiot. Wrong shield. This shield gives me stacking fortify when I block. If I had brain cells... Yeah, see, I'm okay with this. I'm gonna lose this fight. But that's fine, because 4 people just jumped down here to fight me. Which took them totally out of the fight. For however long that took. Taco, what are you doing over there, bud? We're just running into more and more enemies, dude. Just back up. We were just totally outnumbered on the side lane there. And losing mid at the same time. This sucks. So bad. That was a dumb place to try and heal. What I don't understand is how this game seems to be so close. I feel like we've just been losing hard. Wow, I felt really underpowered that game. I had been feeling really good for the last couple of games up to that point, and I just got manhandled in that one. That was gross. I don't understand that at all. Don't make no damn sense. How can I do so well and then just get shitted on like that? Thoroughly confused. I think we're going to go back out to the FFA zone. I like the FFA zone. And I think we got another PvP track here. Nice. Nimble coat. Reduce cooldowns. I mean, that's cool, but I don't think it'll be necessary for me. We'll go ahead and complete this track. Yeah, let's get out there into the FFA zone. What is this saying? Sure. I think I'm going to go back out and do some more gathering like I did last time. Since I'm not going to get as many charms, I don't think. Because of the time of day right now. Obviously, we're going to have to wait until 5 a.m. to really be able to hit the charms. So we got another 11 hours. But that should... all the same people. I don't think Lizard Girl ever sleeps. Person was out here this whole last time I was out here, and I don't know if I want the flail. I think the hatchet is better for killing like light armor DPSs, melee DPSs, and range DPSs, honestly. But I think the flail is going to be better if I get into a fight with somebody with a little more tank on them. So I don't know if I want to keep the flail out or if I want to switch. I wonder if this person's just waiting for somebody to come by so they can follow him. Doesn't look like it. That happened to me the other day. And they were chasing me, and so I just like stopped and dismounted, and then attacked them and dismounted them, and then I beat their ass. It was great. But let's see, we got to get 11 more kills for our boots here. But we'll go get our lodestones, because obviously you got to get the lodestones. I did also level up my music last night. Slandrock 613. What are you getting up to there, Slandrock? Oh, you're going away from my lodestone, so I guess I won't fight you. But because I have my music up, I should probably be playing my yield song for myself here. Ooh. Somebody else is farming my lodestones. We know how I feel about that. It's unacceptable. They're my lodestones. Get off. Ooh, somebody's out here like farming my lodestones. Okay. Now Hermit's angry. Now Hermit's angry. You think so? I don't know. She seems a little more worried about the chests and stuff. At least last night, I was always seeing her fighting over the chests. Okay, well, there's one lodestone. That's fantastic. I'm so happy to get a lodestone. Let me tell you. All I want for Christmas is one lousy lodestone. Let's go in here and see what's going on. Let's get in some fights. I see you, D Janky. Okay, this person is like invincible. What is going on? There's no reason for me to not be able to do any damage to this dude. 300 damage? Are you kidding me? Yeah, I mean, that's fair enough. No point in continuing that fight. All we were going to do was both run out of potions. That dude was tanky. Here's some shoosting going on over here. I see you, Monty. I freaking hate mages, dude. This is all so dumb. I'm so annoyed. Note to self, if you stop a person's flame rush with your dash slam, they just get to use it again right after. It doesn't put it on cooldown, so that's super dope. So no point in doing that. Just block the flame dash and then turn around and chase them. So at least you don't give up your freaking gap close. Accelerated Resolve. After triggering Defender's Resolve, increase movement speed by 8 to 16%. Incoming healing by 11 to 22%. We definitely need to put that on our weapon. I don't think I have an open skill slot. No, I don't. I do need to get a skill slot for my weapons. Defender's Resolve is that taunt move that I'm always using, where I'm slapping my shield and making myself tankier. But if I could get, 20% increased movement speed too, it would help me chase people down a little better, while also being tanky. That person probably feels about like I normally feel, fighting all the rest of these people. Why can that person kill me just by left-clicking? Where'd that turkey go? There they are. Come back here, turkey. I think they went totally the other way. Sad day. Got my lodestones. Hopefully the ones up here are back too. Yeah. I love it when a plan comes together. So, something I should tell y'all, there's some misinformation going around in the game right now. That the best way to get 700 plus luck gear is to craft it. Because there's a pattern that you can use to guarantee luck at 700 plus. That is false. The best way to get luck gear right now is actually to come out here to the FFA zone. You can open chests that are only 250 doubloons each in the well, and they have an extremely high drop rate of the luck perk. and they all have the wellness perk. I'll show you my set here in a little while when we go back to town again. It cost me like 8,000 doubloons to get my set, but I was able to get my luck set. It's all heavy except for one piece is light, and they all have luck and wellness. Honestly, they're actually pretty good pieces of gear. But all it cost me was 8,000 doubloons. So your best option for getting luck gear is absolutely the FFA zone. And it's all 720 something, so it'll be able to be upgraded. I think people are really sleeping on the FFA zone right now. I think people see that you lose gear, or not gear, that you drop your doubloons and stuff that you get out here, and they get afraid of coming out. But there's just too much good shit out here. I mean, look at all this lodestone I got. 300 lodestone. That's like 1.2k. Done and dusted. What do I need right now? I actually need like all the resources. I don't need mithril. Mithril's cheap. Of course, mithril has gems. And gems are expensive right now, so. Get some of this wire fiber. Is there not a chest over here? That's shocking. Spine weave. Ooh, it's more than one. Ooh, there's some ironwood planks over there, or ironwood over there. Ooh, there's 3. Dang, I thought it was only 1 spine weave, but that's 3 spine weaves. Or spin weaves, spin fibers, whatever it is. I don't know. I just work here. I actually should probably go ahead. We're gonna be silly. Uh, okay, that was obnoxious. Let's go over here. Maybe I won't get attacked. I want to do this because um, this is going to give me more gathering yield. It's sad how bad I am. It's such a simple game. That was the novice version. But now for the next hour, I get 10% gathering, which is very important. And we collect tips. We close that out. All right. And now I can gather more resources. I guess I should also go ahead and use my proficiency potion. We'll just really blow it out. Get all the resources we can. Yeah, there we go. 135 cursed wire fiber and 1 pull. That's what I'm about right there. That's what I'm about right there. There's so many little optimizations now, and I really, really like it. Stuff like that song, the proficiency pots, having all the right gear. Um, and it's really specific efficiency too, which I think is really good. So it's especially like with your builds and stuff, you you have to pick a very specific type of thing that you want each perk to be helping you with. And so it feels really good because you can be really good at something that you're doing. But it also doesn't feel absolutely terrible to play against because um, maybe that person is really good against you, but maybe they're not good against somebody else. Or, every now and then, even if you're a little bit of a weaker player, maybe you don't have like best in slot gear and stuff, there are still going to be people that you're significantly stronger than just because of the way the game's set up. Don't you throw that spear at me. Stop. But it also allows you to focus a lot, right? Like I'm trying to get all of my gatherings and stuff up, but you could come out here with just one gathering leveled. And then you just bring that gathering set, right? Like I have my my mining gear set, and then you could just mine minables or harvest minables. And then you would be doing that at the highest possible value. And that would be extremely beneficial to you. And that would feel really good, right? It feels great to come out here and get a pick on something and get 75 fibers. Like, that's baller. I'm just going to gather everything, I think. Well, not quite everything. I'm not going to gather the gold and the platinum and stuff, but I'll probably gather pretty much everything else I can find. Oh, we got a bunch of blue trees and stuff I haven't got over here. We got so much stuff together. Did I defeat? Oh, I did defeat somebody. That's right. I stopped that person who was on their way back. And I murdered them. Oh, yeah, actually, we need these two. We're going to go up to the top here. We're going to see. If there's anything to snag. Guess we can go back this way. Whoops. I fell down the hole. The trees make such cool noises when they fall sometimes. Sometimes I don't really notice, but sometimes they sound super cool. Ooh, silk fiber. think that gathering out here in the FFA zone is incredibly valuable because you get like double resources. So it doesn't really matter if you die, because when you die, you only drop half. So there's more and more abundant resources available. I feel like I pick a lot more up faster. Even if it was the same number, I feel like I would get a lot more faster. And so, even if you weren't going to like try and PvP, you could put together a nice little like runaway build. You know, freedom and stuff like that so that you can't get CC'd. Or just wear gathering material and don't care if you die super fast and just come out here and harvest like as hard as you can. And then if somebody kills you and sends you back, you just go depot. But like, I mean, look at how few people I've run into. I'm kind of out here in the middle of nowhere right now. There's a chest over here, nice. But there's not, the people congregate where the chests are. And the chests are in all of those little settlement type deals and ruins and stuff. And because of that, if you're out here gathering, you're just not going to run into very many people. And so the likelihood of getting ganked and getting sent back with half of your stuff is pretty limited. The likelihood of getting ganked before you fill up, if you're smart about where you go to gather, is pretty limited. But you can gather some pretty high tier resources out here, as well as the mid tier resources, right? You've got plenty of silkweed and the star metal. There's lots of star metal out here. And I'm not even really looking for anything specific. If you wanted to make a route, right, there are places where there's lots of star metal. There are places where there's lots of plants and fibers and stuff. There are places where there's lots of trees. And you could just go to those places and farm just that specifically. But I'm just kind of out here gathering everything right now. And I'm getting lots of good resources, getting really high quantities. You sing yourself a song, you get the free proficiency potions. I don't even have my leather, my skinning up. So I can't even skin this. But like, if I could also be skinning, that'd be great. There's just so much value to be had out here. And it really, really saddens me that so many people have sort of gotten forced out by the people who come out here just to kill people. I understand wanting to come out here and PvP. And I come out here specifically because I want to PvP as well. And if I see somebody, I'm going to go fight them. But there are some people who come out here and they just kind of wander around looking for people to kill. And they're not gathering resources. They're not picking up chests. They're not really doing any of that. They're just here to fight. And those people, unfortunately, are the most prolific out here because they're not wasting time on doing anything else. And so they end up fighting more people than the average person. And so it feels like that's the only kind of person that's out here sometimes. And I think because of that, some people who maybe would enjoy the content are like, you know what, fuck it. I'm not going to go deal with that. And they don't come out. You know where I don't look ever is I never come out over here. We're going to go look at that little area right there. And just see what's up. I didn't realize I was right here next to these lodestones again. Let's go see if they're back. it looks like they are. We're going to have to go back and get the rest of them, but I want to go check this little area over here first that I never go to. So we'll pick up these lodestones. We'll go check that area. We'll go pick up the rest of the lodestones, and then we'll head home. We're about full, so... Ooh. 8 pristine gems and 13 cinnabar? What's up? All right, let's see what's over here. It's just a little area. But honestly, if nobody else ever comes over here, it could be a good area to insure some boxes and stuff late at night. Oh, almost went down the hole. Okay, well, it doesn't seem like there's any boxes or anything over here. Maybe there is something at the top. Not holding my breath. Don't really know what this area is all about over here. Sure, I could use that. I honestly expected, like, a chest. I didn't think there was going to be nothing up here. That's fairly disappointing. All right, well, let's go get the rest of our lodestones here. So we've only got 4% of our weight left. And then we'll take all this stuff back home with us, drop it off in the depot, Didn't get this Blight Crag. I just heard somebody summon a wolf mount. Yeah, there's somebody behind me. That's pretty funny. I've got too much stuff. I don't actually want to fight that person right now. Because I'm like all full up. So... Looks like they might not still be chasing me. Cool. If they're not still chasing me, then we'll come down here and we'll get our freaking lodestones. Okay. Well, I apparently just got rewards for being in Cutlass Keys while the influence war was going on. That was strange. We're going to get overweighted. Drop the cursed mithril. Mithril is only worth like 0.1 gold or 0.01 gold. It's not even worth the weight that it takes to carry. So we'll just drop that. Oh, there's somebody else out here gathering. They didn't get the ironwood, though. That's interesting. Ironwood's one of the more valuable resources. I think it sells for like 0.8 gold, so almost a gold apiece. And somebody's already grabbed that one, too. All right, on our way home we go. The sort of biggest problem that I think I'm having coming out here is like I just picked up, 800 weight worth of stuff, but 800 weight is like the entire weight of one of my settlements because you only get like base 1,000. So I can only come out here like 10 times in a day, and it totally fills up all of my inventories. Which is honestly kind of crazy. I don't even have good bags either. If we look, my bags are trash. I'm still using a tier 2 bag. I really should probably get some new bags. Let Dora, there's another one of those people. That's the other gatherer, I think. She was the one I was having a really hard time fighting. So many more people. Oh, these people are all doing the influence race, or they were. I have been thinking a little bit while we've been streaming today about how I want to deal with waking up and getting on at 5 and going out there to make sure that I gather up lots of charms and stuff. And I think for a while I was thinking I was going to um for a while I was thinking I was going to just stay up, but I actually think that's a bad idea. And that'll really mess up my stream schedule. So I'm probably going to try and go to sleep tonight. At like a normal time. And then I will resurgence, kills and group kills, grant stacks of blessed. Nope. And then I'll just wake up at 5, get on, play for a few hours. And then go about my morning activities. And then we'll get on and stream at the regular time, and then I'll go to sleep like right after stream. Because if I start stream at 1, it ends at 9. I go to sleep at 9. That's 8 hours till 5. So I could even start the stream at like 11 or noon. And then just go to bed right after. It'll be a little difficult to go to bed right after the stream because I get a little hyped up, but we'll work it. We'll make it happen. Actually, I want to get fudge. Nope, wasn't there. It was right here. Nope. Where'd I just put all that stuff? I want to take out this and go put it up for sale. Let's go double check and make sure that we don't currently have any lodestone up. Oh, we do. Okay. Let's pull this lodestone out. It went into my inventory. Let's pull this lodestone out. Lodestone prices are starting to fall a little bit. I don't want to get stuck holding the bag on a couple thousand lodestone here. Yeah, see, they're going for 3.87, 3.66. If I place a sell order, they're all the way down to 4.1 here. So prices are just kind of going down. And because of that, we're just going to sell straight to here. Because that's worth 9K to us. And I'm all about that. All about that life. Now we got 17K. Ain't that nice? All right. But I do think it's that time. I need to go use the restroom, maybe grab a little something to eat. So if y'all give me just a couple of minutes here, I'll be right back. And then we will go back out into the FFA zone. We'll do some more gathering. Instead of going out to that empty zone and gathering, even though that's technically more efficient, We'll go into the zone where there's more people so we can fight and stuff. But I'll be right back. Lodestone is OP. I am back. Hey, look at that. There's a person whose name is TFT Player. There's a name I see way more often than I'd like. Fucking Girth Lord. What a nerd. All right, food's done. Let's get back out there and let's get some gathering done. Unless, if you feel like you need to do or want to do some freaking catacombs, older brother. Be happy to do that. Let's see. Arboreal Attunement. Fractured Rend when blocking or when block breaking a player inflict Rend. Plague Strikes and Arcane Attunement. Nope. Don't care about any of that. Got a bonus on my flail here. Oh, wow. While at or above 50% health, reduce damage taken by 4%. While below 50% health, reduce the attacker's stamina damage dealt. While blocking by 10%. That's crazy good. Yes, please. Yeah, we do gathering in Cutlass Keys. For show. Getting that for show. Let's go get some more pots out of my inventory here. Oh, they were literally in my inventory. Cool. We need both our rejuve and our heal pots because they have different timers. When you use them. Oh, that's right. I wanted to show y'all my luck gear. So this is the kind of gear that I was getting. I'm going to show y'all how I got it. And then, so yeah, the well is where you get this luck gear from. But it's a really, really good way to get luck gear. And so you're going to skip over these, right? These are your coconut chests. You got to get your cursed coconut. And they're really expensive. And they're 725 gear score. And they're loot biased. And cool. Awesome. Great. You're going to get some good gear out of that. Using these, you can kind of slowly maybe build like a full gear set. But down here, you've got your gold cursed chests, and these are just 1 light, medium, or heavy chest armor, up to 725 gear score. Item is guaranteed legendary. These don't say loot biased, but I only got 2 pieces of non-heavy while I was opening these yesterday. While I was wearing my full heavy set, so I think they are loot biased. And I haven't picked up any of these at all. But all of this gear is 725. And it's only 250 to 375 mystic doubloons. Hey, what's up, Chris? Glad you're back home. So it's only 375 to 250 mystic doubloons for these chests. But I was getting luck. They always seem to have wellness. They always seem to have a gem slot. And then I was getting things like refreshing, freedom, the aversions. So I kept a couple of pieces because a couple of the pieces were actually really good. Yeah, absolutely. So if we go to attributes, I'm rocking the full 350 on the strength. This is probably the most important breakpoint in my opinion. So at the very least, if you're going to be tanking, I think you need this 20% stamina regen rate while performing basic melee attacks. The dexterity, I think you just can't not go to 25, right? Because what would 5% critical chance is insane. So definitely. I suppose maybe getting the cooldown reduction could be okay too. You're not going to be backstabbing, so intelligence is a no-go. But yeah, 25 dex or focus, depending on how you feel. And then 150 con is giving me 15,000 HP. These two things, I think, are maybe not in a perfect position. I might consider coming down to a lower tier and getting more con. Especially if I wasn't life leeching like I am, I'd probably want more con. But I wouldn't ever go below 250 strength for that right there. As far as my weapon mastery on my sword and shield, I actually just changed it. I was using the stun, but I needed more chase, and this shield rush gives you a little distance here. So I switched it up. But if you want to take a screenshot or something of that, you can. But I think these chase moves are really important. And then obviously, Defender's Resolve is A, your best taunt, but also 30% damage reduction is stupid. Yeah, my hatchet, I'll show you. And then hatchet's right here. I actually just kind of switched off the hatchet. And went to the flail just to see how I feel about that. I think the hatchet is still better in 1v1s, but I think the flail is better in big group PvP. And if you're doing the life leech, I think the hatchet is just kind of OP with life leech builds. The attack speed just really helps you hang on when you're almost dead. Did I not? That definitely was an accident. Let's see. Critical strike chance, that. We want that, and that. Block gain fortify. Additional physical armor. Reduce damage from magic types. Extend buffs. Get that. Hmm, 15% rend, that's probably good. I think I took all of these previously. Ooh, gain a stack of empower. There we go. Revised and updated. Yeah, no problem. Cool. Yeah, so like I was saying though, with this luck gear, is, I'm getting luck a lot. I'm getting health and wellness a lot, which is kind of crazy. Because that's giving me, this is giving me 3% increased health here. I thought you already had a character on Pangea. But we got a lot of freedoms. We got a lot of physical aversions. We got wellness and a gem slot on everything. So we're going to be slocketing these with diamonds. Actually, I should probably go buy diamonds. The lightning harnessing was really common with this gold cursed stuff. So if you're trying to build like a lightning build with that lightning spear, this gold curse stuff actually has a lot of instances where it gets that lightning thing. So that might be a really, really easy build because you can just come over here and buy this this gold curse stuff. But let's see if I can find the other pieces. Did I put them in? I think I put them in Nighthaven. Let's see. Yeah, I did. So these are some of the other pieces. Here's another light chest that I got, but slash conditioning, sturdy energy. Again, another luck. We kept getting stuff like this though, right? Freedom, refreshing, elemental aversion, wellness, and a gem slot is great. This is again physical aversion, thrust conditioning, freedom, wellness. That's a good piece of gear. Physical aversion, anointed potions, thrust conditioning, wellness, gem slot, good piece of gear. So this is some really, really good baseline, like PvP style gear because of all these like refreshings and invigorateds and here's an enchanted ward, the freedoms. All of these are really, really good for PvP. right? Reduce the base duration of slow, stun, and root by 8%. Perk stacks up to 4 times, right? You get 8 times 4. That's 32% reduced stun time. So that means if you get stunned, you're not taking that heavy attack that always comes after the stuns. So that's really important. But these gold gear, or these gold cursed pieces, I was able to buy 30 something of these chests yesterday. And so you're not going to get bis gear doing this, right? But this is a phenomenal way to get yourself a little something something. If you don't want to go do the tower, the sun tower, or if you don't like that gear, right? Because when you do the sun tower, you're getting a lot of conditionings and stuff like that. You're getting a lot of like the new Night Haven perks, but you're not really getting any of the old perks. 322 in Q in Hudson. Wow, there's even a Q on Hudson. That's crazy. But you're getting a lot of those conditioning perks and stuff like that when you go over to the Sun Tower. And while that stuff is good, it's not as generally good as gear used to be, right? Gear used to have a much more general focus with things like elemental aversions and physical aversions and stuff like that. So I think that coming over here and just getting some doubloons and just I haven't purchased any of the weapons. Well, I guess I did purchase one of them. This is one of the weapons that I got, which I think I did one of my coconuts to get this. But Vicious, Keen, Abyssal Attunement, and Qly Empowered is actually pretty fucking good. So there is insanely good gear to be had over here in the FFA zone. So don't sleep on it. This is a really good place to come and get some stuff done. And the FFA zone is much more valuable to you now than it ever was in the past because there are now so many things that you don't lose, right? You can get alluvium, the hardened alluvium over here, which is like 30 gold a piece, which is one of the new perk charm items. You're getting perk charms. You're getting you're getting all kinds of different stuff like that. When you come out here and you gather your cinnabar, your gems, all of those things don't drop when you die. Only your base materials, right? So your mithril, your wire fiber, all of that stuff, you drop half of that and you drop half of your doubloons. And that's all you drop when you die out here in the FFA zone. So you can get a lot of value out of your time out here, even if you don't survive. Now, granted, telling everybody to come out here and telling everybody how valuable it is out here is going to make it less so. Because there's only so much space out here, right? If there were 100 people running around in the FFA zone, we'd have a little bit of a problem. But most people are afraid. And since most people are afraid, you can capitalize on that by coming out here and getting stuff done. And don't forget that if you come out here at 5 o'clock in the morning, 7 o'clock Eastern, so 7 a.m. Eastern, for me, it's happened 2 days in a row where something happens with the loot bucket out here, and you just start dropping charms like they're fucking candy. I've picked up 30 or 40 charms per night the last 2 nights in about 2 hours farming out here. I didn't do as well last night as I did the first night because there was a musketeer out here who was chasing me around, kicking my ass. He was super glass cannon. And so we would have these really long fights where I'd be blocking him and he'd be running and shooting and running and shooting and I couldn't get to him. And I couldn't get enough DPS down on him to finish him off. I got him one time, but he got me like 4 times. But the fights were just so long that over the course of the 2 or 3 hours that I was out here farming chests, like a whole hour was spent just fighting that guy and not picking up any chests or anything. It was a big old clusterfuck. But even because of that, or even with that, I still got just a massive, massive amount of charms. And so I went to bed last night, I had 8k gold, and I woke up this morning to 55, and then I spent all of my 55 down to where I only had like 100 gold before I started stream today. And then I sold all of my lodestone that I still had up for sale. I just sold it to a buy order. And some other things have sold. Now I'm back up to 18k again. So and the same thing happened to me the night before too. I did all that, I got all those charms, I put them up for sale, and some of them were crazy expensive, right? Some of them were selling for like 7 or 9k. And I was like, well, there's no way that this is actually what these are valued at, so these probably won't sell, but I'm going to put them up anyway, just to see. And to my wonderful surprise, when I logged on that next morning, just bammo, tons of currency in my inventory. I don't know how luck affects those perk charm drops. Tonight, I am going to wear that full set of luck gear that I just showed you. And I'm going to come back out here and I'm going to do that again. And we're going to see the first night, sometimes I was getting 2 perk charms from one big chest, from one horde. And I didn't get any 2 drops last night. But like I said, I got a lot less bites at the apple last night. So I think I'm going to throw on some luck gear. Staying up all night leveling because I took a nap earlier. That's what I'm talking about. I'm going to probably try and do it the other way, Chris. I'm going to probably try to go to sleep early. We'll see if I'm even capable. And then wake up at like 4:30, throw some food in me. And then just run around out here for 2 or 3 hours picking up charms. And then we'll do the stream. But yeah, the FFA zone, I think, is probably the most lucrative zone available to you right now. Definitely, it's the best for getting good baseline gear. I don't think you're going to get anything better than good baseline PvP gear. Right? You're not going to get anything better than like freedoms and elemental aversions and stuff like that. You can put those things on charm slots, but the versions from the charms are actually weaker than the inherent versions. So you want the inherents if you can get them on pretty much every stat. They're almost always better. So and then there's freaking lodestones. And as my brother said, lodestone OP. Hey, little piggy. Little pig, let me come in. Not by the hair on my chinny chin chin. I don't really understand that line. Not by the hair on my chinny chin chin. It literally doesn't make any sense. But whatever. Another thing that I want to start doing, so if you look out here, I'm not going to be gathering like lumber. So I think if you're going to come out here and gather, because you're going to end up with so many raw resources, you need to be able to refine them. And so one of the things that you're going to want to do to make the most out of refining your resources is you're going to want to identify your cutoff tier. So, for example, there's a lot of... oh, we got a person over here. He's trying to cut down my trees. Nice. But yeah, so there's a lot of like weird wood out here. And so like I'm not gonna get small trees and mature trees out here. I'm probably gonna stop at weird wood. So what you have to do is you have to make a decision for yourself. Where are you gonna stop with each of the different types of resources? Hey, you're gonna make it. You're gonna get in there. Get in there and level that character up. But I'll probably stop at Weirdwood, and then I'll probably stop at Star Metal for the mining. Well, the queues are cross servers, so maybe you and me will end up in a dungeon together or something, Chris. Or maybe I'll meet you on the field of OPR. Yeah, they only opened them for a little while yesterday before they took them back down again. I think a bunch of people transferred from some of the more populated servers. Which I don't blame them. But so I'm going to stop also at Silk Thread. So we'll get wire fiber, we'll get silk thread, we'll get spin fiber. We'll get star metal, we'll get orichalcum, we'll get mithril. And we'll get weirdwood, ironwood, and whatever the purple wood is. And then I'll go put buy orders in for the stuff below those, right? Steel and lumber and sateen. And then Nissa has a 60k queue. There's no way that there's a 60k queue. There aren't 60,000 people playing this game right now. So Steam isn't the only place you can play this game anymore. But the current number of players on Steam is 32,000. There's no way that there's 60,000 people in queue for the EU servers. I mean, it's literally impossible. I don't doubt that everybody in EU is trying to play right now. I doubt there's 60,000 people trying to play right now. That's not... It's completely out of the question. It would shock me if there were even 60,000 people online on this game right now across every server, much less one. Unless they're getting... unless they're getting, like, crazy amounts of people playing on the Xbox Pass or something. I don't even know if the game is on Xbox Game Pass. It wouldn't shock me if it was. But... It's on Xbox Game Pass today. Well, if that's the case, then I suppose it might be possible that there's 60K on Nissa. If that's the case, if they're getting that many people playing from doing some time on the Xbox Game Pass, then they're going to have to make new servers. Something's going to have to be done. I thought things were going to calm down, but that doesn't really seem to be what's happening. And I understand that, you know, again, they're trying not to have to merge servers because people get really attached to their server. You know, if Pangea merged into one of the other servers, I'd be pretty upset. Because, you know, there's a lore that goes with your server. And so I understand not wanting to deal with that, but they've got to come up with a solution. Temporary servers or sharding the servers or something like that so that you can have way more people on a server, because this constant, you know, queue for 6 hours and then ghost town and then queue for 6 hours and then ghost town and then queue for 6 hours and then ghost town, like that's just, it makes it really hard for players who want to stay with the game long term to do so. And you don't want that. You want your long term players to be staying around. But this is what I'm talking about here. You see, I just picked up those gems in that cinnabar. They're not cursed. So if I die, I don't lose those. And then the other big thing is you get these packages and stuff. So your XP that you gain from a gathering activity is based on the amount of resources you get when you gather. And because everything out here is cursed, you get like twice as many resources from it. And so you're getting twice as much XP. Which is awesome. And so I'm going to get twice as many of these packages. If you're just leveling up your gathering, you're going to want to get yourself to where you can do the star metal tier, the blue tier, and then come out here and harvest these cursed resources. And you should be able to just level up your gatherings way, way faster out here. There is so much value in this FFA zone. I think that they should give up Cutlass Keys as an ownable zone. Remove it from the zones that you can take control of and make all of Cutlass Keys the FFA zone. Not just this little section down here. Because it's too much fun. And right now it's too small. It can get really crowded in here if there's too many people. And then take out all the teleports, right? No teleports in all of Cutlass Keys. And just make people go running around out here. Put some single player, some solo elite zones. So, you know, some harder enemies. And keep the whole thing, right? The doubloons, great. The way drops work, the cursed resources, all that stuff is perfect. Don't change anything else about it. Just make it way bigger. Let it accommodate more people. And you'll get a ton of fools out here. Because it's just a lot of fun. And I got to kill that guy earlier. Got to take some of his resources. But technically, because he was out here farming and he's basically getting double resources, even though I killed him and took half, he still managed to get like a full extraction worth of resources. So if he'd have been farming anywhere else, he'd have ended up with the same amount that he did when he died. So it didn't really hurt his farming. It just helped mine. The only thing that I have a problem with out here still is there are still people who team out here. And I run into duos a lot, which is ass. If you team in the FFA zone, you're a trash can. They need to find a way to enforce the free-for-all rules and not allow people to team. I know you can still hit your teammate, right? There's no grouping out here. You can't like be in a party. But still. You got to find a way to get rid of people doing that. It doesn't even have to be like a banning of their account. Just make it so they can't come out here. Get a report button going on. Like get a specific teaming in FFA. Allow it to be something so if I die to a person, instead of having to figure out, that person's name and find a way to report them, just as part of your death spam, you should just have the option to report from there. So, okay, cool, I died to this teamer. Now I'm going to report them and then investigate it. And if you're caught teaming out here, then for 1 week, you just can't even come into this area. Because if it's a really light sentence like that, right, where it's really hard to... Oh, hang on. If it's a really light sentence like that, where it's not really impacting people, then accidentally getting somebody who wasn't teaming from time to time isn't like the end of the world. Why is my NVIDIA GeForce Now being stupid? But it is enough of a deterrent, and it keeps you from being able to benefit from it often enough that there would be no point in doing it, right? You wouldn't gain anything from it. So, get yourself a team of people who can investigate those. You have a QA team or whatever. You have a report team. So let those people investigate. It's pretty easy to tell when people are teaming. Even if you don't have video, right? Even if all you have is logs of like their damage outputs. If there are two people who are consistently damaging the same people, but they're not killing each other ever, or not, damaging each other back and forth when there's nobody else around, then it's pretty obvious those people are teaming. So all you need is just some damage logs and some kill logs, and you could easily see, oh, okay. And then just kick them out for a week. Give them a bunch of chances, too. I mean, I'm not trying to get people banned from the game over something like teaming out in the FFA zone. But give them fucking, 15, 20 chances. And if you keep coming out here 15, 20 times and teaming, and you keep getting banned and keep getting banned and keep getting banned from the zone, and you just keep doing it, then cool. You're obviously an exploiter. You're going to look for any opportunity you can to exploit the game for your benefit. So ban them. But, that way people who accidentally get caught up in some sort of a mistake or something like that, who maybe lose access for a week or something, they don't end up getting their whole accounts banned. but you don't have people out here teaming all the time, and you have some sort of recourse, right? I like to be able to get rid of those people. Because those people suck. They ruin the game for everybody else. We're all just trying to have a good time out here. Don't be an asshole. The Jagged Custodian. Oh, shiznit. I'm like full on resources already. Oh, it's because I killed that dude and took some of his. That's right. Can't drop cursed items? I definitely dropped cursed mithril ore earlier. Well, that's annoying. Alright, well, let's go check on the lodestone again. Damn. Nothing I could do about that. That dude just had more DPS and I couldn't hit him hard enough. That's unfortunate. I was getting some pretty decent blocks and stuff in there, but... Oh, I gotta go back to town. Because I'm half full on my inventory. But again, it doesn't matter if I die, right? I got to keep half my doubloons. I got to keep half of all my resources, which is the least of the reasons that I go out there. I get to keep all of my gems. I get to keep all of these. If I had gotten a charm, I'd get to keep my charms. I get to keep these resources here, these unusual ores and stuff, which are just XP for my gatherings. It's just all good stuff. 100% good stuff. And I'm getting kills for my boots. So my boots are going to be all the way leveled soon. Not sure why I stopped there. All right, let's put all this stuff away. Do we even have a place to put it all? It's too much. Actually, I want those doubloons to stay right here in the old Cutlass Keys. And then let's open up these things, because this is just more raw resources, right? That's fantastic. And eventually I can get the things that allow me the things that allow me to make the gear for these different things, for the different gathering types. And so those gears are worth a lot, right? Let's go in here. Let's look for harvester. Not that one. That one? Yeah, this is the one. So these harvester pieces have luck and yield. And they're 700 gear score, so they can be upgraded. And then they also give that wellness buff, which is awesome. So, I mean, 4,000 gold a pop. And you can get those out of those little chests. So something I want to do real quick, and I don't actually want to do it from here. I want to do it from a different town. But the thing that I want to do is I want to buy a bunch of the second tier resources. So I don't want to pick the low tier stuff, right? I don't want to pick iron. I don't want to pick hemp, and I don't want to pick small and old, like regular trees and old trees. I don't want the aged wood and the regular wood. That's just too much. And I can get a lot more of the other resources. The regular resources, the iron, the hemp, that stuff isn't cursed out there. And so you're not getting your gathering bonus. And so that's not really doing me any good. So what I want is I want to go I guess let's just go to Warden's Rise. And we're going to set buy orders for thousands of sateen and steel and lumber. And we're going to buy all that up. And then we're going to use whatever resources we pick up while we're out there. We're going to refine those. And that way we'll just have like the finished resource product. The other thing we're going to want to put big buy orders in for is sandpaper and wire weave and flux. So let's do steel. Steel ingots. So we're going to put in a buy order for steel ingots. You see here we got some buy orders for some small amounts. There's 1,100. That's a pretty big amount. But most of these buy orders are for small amounts. So if I even go at 449 here. Oh, these are buy orders. These are sell orders. Whoops. Okay, well, I don't see a lot of... Okay, so this is the biggest buy order. So I can put a buy order right here at this one. That's too much. 2K is 6K. That should be enough that I can put in a buy order that big for all three. And we'll put that in for one day because I don't want to pay a bunch of taxes. So we'll buy 2K steel ingots. And then we'll go over here to lumber. We'll get ourselves, place a buy order for lumber. Oh yeah, lumber's super cheap. So somebody's got a 10K. So we'll go above that 10K because I don't want to compete with that 10K order. And we'll do, honestly, we'll probably do more. Let's do 3,500. Yeah, let's do 3,500 of the lumber. Because I actually get a lot of the wood out there where I'm at right now. And then we'll go over here, we'll do sateen. And we'll place a buy order on sateen, and that's going to be... Okay, there's a big one right there for 223, so we'll stay at 224. And we'll do 2,000. Yeah, we'll do 2,000 of this one as well. We'll go ahead and put that buy order in. And then we're going to do sandpaper. Let's actually do flux first. Flux will be the most expensive. So we're going to do flux. We're going to place a buy order. We're going to do 3-4. And we're going to hit this up for 2,000. Yeah, we'll do 2,000 flux. And we'll do sandpaper. So with all these people running all these chest runs, the prices on these are actually probably looking pretty good right now. We'll stay at 338. We'll do 2,000. That's actually the most expensive one, which is kind of crazy. And we're going to go ahead and say yes to that. We won't have to do the paper and stuff very often because 2,000 of those is worth double that. We can use that. It takes one of these sandpapers and 2 lumbers to make the next tier. So we probably won't be using quite as much. Well, no, because then we got to tier up even beyond that. So maybe, I don't know. We'll see. Wire weave is the one for the fibers. The wire weave is extremely cheap. So we're going to go in here. Looks like we need to spend 11. And we should be able to get 2,000 of that as well for cheap. Nice. And now we just spent all 17,000 of our gold. But buying all that stuff is going to be really, really valuable for making sure that we don't run out of inventory space and all that stuff, as well as honestly making us a lot of money. So I have the crafting pieces for all of those. So at a baseline, I get 10% returns. I get 10% more when I craft, when I refine. So I'm going to be going up through the tiers. And so we're going to go from lumber to weirdwood, and I'm going to get an extra 10%. And because I get an extra 10% when I go to weirdwood, that means that I get to make 10% more. Ooh, I already bought my 2,000 wire weave. Nice. But because I get 10% more wirewood or weirdwood, it means that I can already craft 10% more ironwood, but then I also get a 10% return on that ironwood. So I get 11% more ironwood than I was already going to be able to craft. And then that 11%, that 11% gets turned into whatever the purple wood is, right? I turn that into planks. And so now I'm already getting to make 11% more of those planks than I was going to get to make. But I also get a 10% return. So I'm getting 11.1% or something like that return on the next tier. And it's just going to keep compounding, right? The more tiers you go up, the better off you are. Goodness, that was ridiculous. I wish that you could be on Pangea too, Chris. I wish that you could be like the cool kids. I wish that I could be like the cool kids. 'Cause all the cool kids, they seem to fit in. On the bright side, everything that we're talking about is also doable on your server. And you'll have an easier time doing this stuff on your server because I won't be there getting in the way and taking your resources. So at least there's that. You have less competition over on Hudson. By virtue of the fact that the man, the myth, the legend is not there. We just got us a slash harnessing charm. What's up? Those harnessing charms are actually worth quite a bit. The fire one that I had before went for like 3K, 3.5K, something like that. Pretty good. Pretty good. Yeah, so we're not going to be picking up hemp anymore. I was going to, but I'm not going to anymore. So we're just getting star metal and above of basically everything. And lodestone when it hasn't been taken by some other nerd. Looks like we're getting our sandpapers and our fluxes and stuff really easily, which is good to see. Yeah, so hopefully we also don't have a hard time buying those lower tier materials. Hopefully that's something people are selling a lot more of. Because the prices of those things are lower, they are not the price difference, even though it's the same percentage. So this is something that happens a lot in games like this where people don't realize that percentage and hard value is not the same thing. So if something costs 1 gold and I can put a buy order in for 0.8 gold, to you it seems like, oh, I'm only losing 0.2 gold each there. That's not a big deal. But that's 20%. So imagine instead if something's price was 10 gold and I had a buy order in for 8 gold. You would be much more hesitant to sell in that case because you recognize, oh, that's a 2 gold haircut that I'm taking on each one of those. And so, actually, The Wolf of Wall Street, the movie, teaches us a little bit about that. When you look at what they were doing when they were right at the beginning of that movie, he went into that penny stock place and they told him he gets a 50% commission or whatever on the trades for the penny stocks. And it's because the penny stocks are so cheap, right? If I'm buying a stock for 10 cents, hey, you almost there. Slow and steady wins the race. But if I'm buying a stock for 10 cents and you tell me instead it's going to be 15, I'm going to notice that a lot less than if I buy a stock for $100 and you tell me instead it's going to be 150, right? That's way less of my that's way less in my face with that. And you can also see that it, I'm buying more lumber. And it's because of that, right? The lumber was the cheapest one. That's why I was able to buy that wire weave straight away. And somebody instantly filled that. Because even though I was getting, 0.01 off, it was only 0.1. So I was still getting a 10% cut. I'm glad that your friends were able to get on that same server and play with you. This game, I think, probably your optimum fun is if you have like a group of 7 or 8 people who are playing together, who are jumping in groups for, catacombs or to do expeditions or, different stuff like that. And maybe you have different schedules and maybe everybody's not on all the time. But if you've got a solid 7 or 8 peeps, then you should always be able to just kind of do the content with each other and just kind of hang out and do the things, I think that's good. It's nice to have people that you know to play with. Bugging can be hella rough. Hey, you there? Gonna get it. And then it's just 15 to 20 hours of leveling, and then you can finally play the game. see you, Rokomu. And now who's got an alligator on their tail, dude? We got him. That's right. Don't take my war. This is my war. I actually am not even going to go down there and get that, but... You know, I'd like to believe that. But then sometimes I get into fights with people, Chris, and they just beat my ass. Even harder than I just beat that dude's ass. I don't actually even feel like I know how to make decent builds in this game. Because some people are just infinitely stronger than me. I mean, being in heavy gear is good. Right? That guy would have killed me if I was in anything else. If I hadn't, you know, dodged or blocked or something like that more. Because his damage output would have been significantly higher. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, well, so it does decrease my damage, absolutely. But that person was also wearing light armor. So while my damage was increased, their damage mitigation was significantly decreased. All of my armor is also equipped with physical aversion. So mages beat my ass really hard. But I have like an extra 9% absorption to physical damage. And that person was using a rapier and musket, which are both thrust weapons. So I have I have physical aversion here, as well as physical aversion here with thrust conditioning. So both of his thrust weapons did less to me. And then I have physical aversion here. And then I have thrust protection here. So I have a significant amount of resistance specifically to that person's damage types. I mean, he's not necessarily going to kill me easily, though. Muskets, every time you shoot a musket, you slow down, right? So all I have to do is, as long as I don't hold my block and approach, as long as I release block, walk up until I think he's about to shoot, and then block the shot, then I move faster than he does. So if he wants to keep shooting at me, he eventually has to let me close the distance. And then I specifically have lots of abilities to help me you know, get those last little bits of gap close in. So, I mean, he did a good job. He lured me over to that alligator and tricked me into hitting the alligator. That was really smooth because he noticed right away that I was significantly stronger than he was. That alligator was a great trick to try and get me. I was actually pretty shocked. And he's not just running fucking Firestaff Blunderbuss, so I got respect for him. That Firestaff Blunderbuss build went out, and it was one of the first builds that somebody had put out and done really well in the Catacombs with. And so everybody just went and made Firestaff Blunderbuss. And now I've been tearing my hair out for days. Hey, alright, I got all my obsidian flux. That's nice. That stuff is definitely cheaper than it's gonna be in the future because everybody's doing those elite chest runs right now. But it's nice to be able to be out here, right? We're getting some gathering in, and then every now and then we see some nerd, we go fight him. Sometimes we win, we get extra resources. I can't harvest this Cursed Darkhide because I don't have enough leather working or skinning. So I can't even harvest Darkhide. So every time I get a little bit of Darkhide, that's kind of nice. I dig. It's been dug. So many trees out here. I'm gonna have so many trees. Chopping down the trees. Oh, I'm like right next to the main road. Somebody's gonna come by here and fight me, surely. I want a mall. Sorry, I didn't say woot with you when you said you got in, but woot. You said the other day you were going to stream yourself leveling up a new character. Are you going to stream that? Yeah, you said the other day that you were planning on streaming as you leveled up your character. Are you still going to do that? Are you going to stream that right now? Nice. Nice. I wish that I could be like the cool kids. Mm-hmm, of course. There's a duder. Come here, duder. Oh, is that duder that beat my ass with the spear earlier? I think it is. I probably don't want to fight that duder. Probably don't want to fight that duder. He didn't run. I don't even think he knew I was here. I ran away instantly. Oh. Sigma Mage. Come here. Fight me. Oh, he stopped. Come here. Ah. No fight. Sad day. He might have left because he doesn't want to kill the same person over and over again. And I think that's really cool. There are definitely some people out here, especially... Too busy gathering. I'll take fights if they're right here, but I'm not going to just go chase people around. That's not any fun. Need my resources. But there are people out here, so sometimes you'll be in these areas where there's all these chests, like over here. And so you'll end up, there'll be the same, like, 3 or 4 people just going back over and over again. And every time they die, they'll come back. And some of those people are really cool. And sort of a pecking order will evolve where everybody will get in some fights a couple of times and everybody will kill each other a couple of times and stuff like that. But eventually it's not fun to inhibit the gameplay of the same people over and over and over again, right? So you establish a pecking order, and then, if you're the one who would win that 1v1, then the other person just kind of gets out of your way. Like if you're both going for a chest, that person who knows that they would lose that fight just kind of breaks off. And then you just don't kill them every time you see them. And so some people you can't play that way with. There are definitely some people out there who are going to fight you every time. And if you leave them alone, then they will look for an opportunity where you're weak and they will take you down. And those people, you just KIS, kill on sight, KOS. But there are some people, and it's most people, I would say a good 90% of people I run into when I'm out gathering chests and stuff, we'll have some good fights, we'll break it down, we'll get crazy, and then somebody comes out on top, right? Somebody will win 2 out of 3 or 3 out of 5 or whatever like that. And then whenever you see each other, maybe you do a couple of little quick crouches, and then everybody's just kind of friendly about it. Which I think is really fun. Because I'm not... I definitely don't want to lose the same fight over and over again. A flail is working out pretty well. I'm liking it. It's definitely making me tankier. I like that, because that was a big part of my problem, was I don't do enough damage to be as not tanky as I am. But it's feeling good on the whole. Some good resources back here. Some good resources. I definitely think this is the place to come if you need to level up. Right, you get to 100 so that you can get the star medal tier, and then you just come in here and you gather. Because then even if you get killed, right, you're still technically getting way more resources. So you're technically getting way more XP. You're just going to level way faster if you come back here and level in the FFA zone. I think everybody should spend a little bit of time every day in the FFA zone. And I think I should spend all of my time in the FFA zone. I'm obsessed. Like, even more obsessed than I was with the catacombs the first couple of days. Which I'm still totally obsessed with. I just, at this point, want to get a better build together to do more catacombs. I want to get, like, all the way to 800 and stuff with all my gear. And actually don't, not suck. And then maybe we can get some 5 bosses or some 6 bosses. Dude, if we get 6 bosses, found a site to tell which perks work on the back door or on your back bar. I'll send it later. Yeah, I saw that on Reddit earlier today. I was going to send that to you later too. I no longer have a link though, so if you've got the link saved somewhere, definitely send it to me. Maybe I'll share it on a video or something. Strength or con for strength first. While you're leveling, tanking isn't even really a thing. You need enough con to not get one shot by bosses, and then put everything else in your strength and just beat on shit. So one of the fun things about this game is how versatile your build is within the weapons you're using as you level. And it's not something that's really a thing in a lot of other games. But if we go in here and we look at this, your attributes, you can change at any time. It's 50 gold to respec your attributes. That's nothing. And the other thing, with your stuff here, you get this Azoth all the time, right? So you can respec this anytime you want to. So while you're going through the story, this side of Sword and Shield is all DPS, right? It's all crit, it's all damage, it's all AoE stuff. Like, this is a great side to be in while you're leveling up, because this is so strong as far as doing damage and stuff is concerned and can really help you get through the story. This move right here, Whirling Blade, is great. Upheaval is great. And Leaping Strike is really great. Although this is more PvP than it is PvE. But you could take like Whirling Blade, Upheaval, and Defender's Resolve as you were leveling, and you would be able to just hit really, really hard on all of your enemies. And then take a bunch of these crit nodes and stuff. Take this, right? Get, while holding a sword, grant an Empower to all your allies. So you get Empower, your buddies who are leveling with you get Empower. So you don't have to play a tank build until you get to content that you need to tank. And then you can just, right in the middle of playing, go ahead and rejigger all your attributes and all your other stuff, and then just bammo, now you're a tank. So don't feel like you're locked in, right? Because you're not. If you feel like an attribute point you spent was wrong, respec it. Who cares? If you get to some content and just that specific content needs more con, then go respec. Get a little more con for 10 minutes, and then switch it back. You're not stuck on anything here. You can switch it up whenever you want. Let's go check the lodestones, actually, before I head back. Because I want some more lodestones. Oh, no, my lodestones. Yo, I don't know who's taking those, but they're pissing me off. I know it's one of y'all. One of y'all learned where the lodestones were from my stream, and now you're taking them from me. And I hate you. I want you to know that. You are my nemesis. That's not true. I don't actually care. you some pristine ambers. Purchase some more lumber. We're going to go check. I don't know how much of any of those resources I've purchased, but when we get back to the city, we'll go check. And if I have enough to actually do any of the refining, we'll get some refining done. Because basically all of my inventories are full. That's the spear person that beat my ass, I think. If I'm not mistaken. That's the one that got me. Rolling down the street, smoking Indo, sipping on gin and juice. Even though I didn't actually have to block that cat, something I'm trying to do is use as many opportunities as I can to get better at blocking as I weave in attacks. Because it's something I'm not terribly good at. I sort of block, and then I go all in, and then I block, and then I go all in. And while that can be valuable, right, you can soak up a couple of big skills or something like that. And there are situations where that's right. There are some weapons that I need to do a better job of, you know, attack, block, attack, block, attack, block. Especially that's about the only way I'm ever going to beat any of the people who use like great axe or great sword. Or even hammer. I can't hang with those people on a DPS front. So, and their DPS is really, really loaded into a really tight space, right? They're doing big, heavy attacks, and they're hitting you really hard one time. And so, even if it breaks your block, right? If you can get that block off, it can be real valuable. I'm not going to lie to you. I'd rather play sword and shield build over a bow spear any day of the week. I agree with you. I don't know how people play DPS. It seems so boring to me. Like, why would you do that? Yeah, dodge, shoot. Dodge, shoot. There's a lot of utility. It doesn't have to be DPS. That's fair. That's fair. I did see a video of somebody who was playing sword and shield spear as a light, but they were playing it as a frontline tank. And they were using featherweight so that you could carry a tower shield and still be light gear. And that person was fucking people up. Like, fucking people up. And, I mean, just getting into the big middle of stuff and just not even caring. I do think that if you are an incredibly good player, then your best bet as a PvP tank, maybe not as a PvE tank, but your best bet as a PvP tank for anything other than war is light with a tower shield. And then just You have to be good though, and you have to like block all the attacks, and you have to roll out of the way, and you have to be going in and out and in and out, blocking really well, and doing all that, because wearing light armor does not affect your stamina at all when it comes to your block. So if you can wear a heavy shield, if you can wear a tower shield, then you can be just as tanky from a block perspective as a person in full heavy. That's kind of fucking crazy. Yeah, well, and exactly. It makes your damage way more threatening that way. I mean, going from minus 15% base to plus 15% base is a 30% damage swing, which is bonkers. And then you still do all the same tank stuff, right? You still take elemental aversion, still take the conditionings, you still get protection on your shield, you still get protection on your necklace. You're still doing the leech stuff. You're gonna do all of that still, but you're gonna do it with light so that you can block. And then when you do get hit, right, you're gonna take way less damage because of it. Featherweight is pretty easy to get and complete the quest for. Oh, is it really? I mean, I might have to do it, because it's, the more I play, the more I realize that my armor doesn't really feel like it's doing a ton for me. I feel like my shield does a lot of the heavy lifting when it comes to tanking. And that might not be true, like down in the catacombs doing bosses and stuff like that. You might still need to be heavy for that. But for PvP, absolutely. The shield does 90% of the tank work. I fucked up. I think pots probably do more work in most PvE too. Pots do a lot of work in PvE, that's true. That's absolutely true. And then from that point, the better you are, the more you can um oh, I got a logging clothing pattern. Ooh, piece of candy. But anyway, the better you are, the more you can rely on your blocking skill and your evading skill. And then that means that you can swap out some of those defensive charms for maybe offensive charms. And that's really crazy. And then you have things like this, right? The elemental hunger giving you 5% mitigation on elemental damage. Like, this by itself is so huge. So you get that on a light instead of a heavy. And that's kind of crazy. There's just so much value. Morningdale gets all that. And Last Light can take that. No, it can't. Can take that and that. Last Light? I thought it was First Light. Brimstone Sands can take that? Yeah, it can. Then we're going to sell these lodestones. Only 178 of them. Oh, yeah. Look at that. We're down to 3.69 now. Prices are definitely coming down on the lodestone. That's cool. In a couple of days, that'll mean I can go ahead and get my stone up with stone cutting. Oh, yeah. Sadly, featherweight is a chest. You're right. You are correct. I don't know why in my head featherweight is a pant. In my head, featherweight is a pant. Let's go up here to Morningdale. And then we got to do, purchasing the lumber. Wrong way. Gonna have to do some freaking storage control here. Storage management. All right, so I'm missing one piece here, and I don't think I have the currency to buy it. I think it was kind of expensive. That's why I haven't bought it yet. So we're going to buy this, or put this on. Then we're going to go through all of our storages and take out any fiber stuff. Like wire weave. And like all this. Almost bedtime? Why would it be almost bedtime? Have you met me, brother? Well, this is Evan scale. Like, I know you know who I am. I'm not even sure how this is a shock to you. Your gastids are flabbered. It actually took me a minute to sound that out. I am sorry for flabbergasting you. I didn't mean it. Where the hell was this? Warden's Rise. Weaver's Fen. Waka Lala Huda, whatever. Oh, here we go. This is where all my... Oh, yeah. Hold up, that's a good flail. We got any flails with skill slots? There's one. Offense slot, skill slot, gem slot, trenchant, and sundering stacks. This one's got end and a resurgence on it for healing. That's kind of cool. Life stealing, shirking abyss. Offense, defense, gem. End, trenchant, keen, offense, gem. Okay, I got a bunch of random shit. See, I didn't know that any of that stuff existed. I thought maybe I'd accidentally gotten rid of it. Because I'm a dum-dum. Alright, let's go to this loom here. We don't care about well, might as well make linen, I guess. Let's just make everything we have. Well, so we're getting a 38% bonus. We should be getting a 40, but I'm missing a piece. But that's okay. Make all this sateen here real quick. And then we'll go ahead and boop with the silk. And then we'll go ahead and boop with the infused silk. Now that we have infused silk, what do we need for the phoenix weave? Oh, we already did our phoenix weave today. So we'll go over here, we'll do some spin fibers. Bammo. And then we'll hit our prismatics for the day. Wow, we ended up with exactly 100 spin fibers. That's hilarious. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. Then we open up these. And we can just dump all that back in there. Booyah. Feels good. I guess we might as well take this and this out. And then we take these off. And then we move on to the next. Eden Grove is where we do all of our woodworking. The reason I do it like this instead of doing it all from one zone is I like to be able to craft from my storage so that I can have a bunch of stuff in my inventory as well as have a bunch of things in my storage. And so in my brain, I just kind of pick a city that I think associates really well to that kind of resource. Morningdale is where I do all of my fiber gathering. It's where I've been fiber gathering since literally 3 days into the first beta I ever played. And so it's always been my fiber place. And so that's where I like to keep all my fiber stuffs. We can take these out and these out and these out and these out. And then we're going to go through all of our things again, and we're going to look for all of our wood-related stuff for Eden Grove. Brightwood is where we were doing all of our crafting to level up all of our different stuff, so we've got a lot of timbers and stuff like that. I actually need to leave the timbers in there because we need the lower tier resources for crafting. Then we're going to go to Brimstone, pull all that out. Clarion, Cutlass. Pull all that out. Seven scale reach. Hey, looks like we just bought some more lumber. Pull all that. Oh, this is Evan scale. Never mind. Oh no, right. This is the right one. Then we'll go to Eden Grove and we'll go ahead and dump some of this stuff in here. Because my inventory is too full. We need to take this out. That should allow us to put some more of this stuff in here. Gracious Everpaul. Grand Carnival. Oh, you know what I didn't pull is I didn't pull Brightwood. I didn't pull all of my... It wasn't Brightwood. It was Warden's Res. Okay, well, we're going to have to go ahead and do some of our crafting now. Oh, actually, you know what? I didn't take all that stuff out of Warden's Res. We're just going to have to overload the shiznit out of ourselves here. Because I need any lumber that I have. There we go. We just got to be slow. Let's go ahead and put our clothes on. So we're not just walking around naked. Nobody wants to see that. I can't ever tell when I'm walking around naked. Because I've got my big old shield. So I can't see it, thank goodness. I don't want to see some naked man ass on my screen. That does not interest me at all. Y'all think I wear a shield because I'm a tank. Really, it's just man-ass deflection unit. Alright. So we got a little bit of this. Let's just make our little bit of timber here. Why not? We got plenty of lumber, so let's make some weird wood planks. Hey, look at that. That's a lot of weird wood planks right there. That feels good. Plus an extra 109. Ironwood planks. Get some of that. Now that we've got our ironwood planks, let's make our glittering ebony. Oh, you see that? A bonus 3. What's up? Then we'll turn all that into runewood planks. Hey. And then we'll turn that into prismatics. Give me another bonus 3. Hit me with it. Ooh, another bonus 2. Yo. That feels good. Oh, so good. And then we just boop, dump all that in there. Look at all them rune woods and stuff we're getting. Look at them prisms. And we've got already 6 extra glittering ebonies. We've gotten 13 glittering ebonies twice in a row now. That is epic. We got a bunch of boxes here. Some sandpaper and some wood. 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 Nice. Nice. Okay. Then we're going to take off our body armor here. And then we're going to teleport ourselves somewhere else. I believe Everfall is where I do all of my mining. Gotta get over here and do this up. Being a crafter in this game, even just being a refiner in this game, is like the most work. Just the most. Rolling down the street, smoking Indo. All right. I honestly think I'm going to start buying. So the free version of the season pass gives you some of the crowns that are for the paid currency. How? How is this all the way full already? Oh, this sucks. We need to go to Warden's Rise, and let's just take out that. Oh, have we not bought any steel ingots yet? Do I have any steel ingots here? Only 22? I might just have to buy some steel ingots. Let's maybe sell our platinum. And maybe some of our lower tiers, like our Fey Iron. We need the Cinnabar. But we can get rid of some of those lower tiers. We'll sell the platinum for the silver. We'll get rid of the iron ore there. Why do I have this in here? No flipping clue. I'll sell those. We don't need those. We'll put the mithril in some random box like I have been doing for a while. I have so much mithril ore, it's not even funny. Cinnabar, Ori. Alright, all the rest of that can go. Oh, okay, so it was just the mithril weighing me down. So I gotta start clearing some of that mithril, so I don't need mithril ore. What I do need is orichalcum ore and steel ingots and star metal. Get some star metal ingots. Oh, is this brightstone? This is where I've been crafting at. That's fine. We can kind of skip. What perks do I want on the tower shield? So let's take a look at tower shields. They're on a really, really baseline, you can get 4 protections and a gem slot. So if you get a shield that has 4 protections and a gem slot, you're in a great spot. My PvP shield has this sturdy fortification, and I think this is pretty much mandatory for PvP shields. Because when you take a hit, you get 6.4% fortify, stacks up to 5 times. So that's 32, 33% fortify, which is insane. So it gives you an opportunity, you know, somebody's throwing off a bunch of attacks or something like that. You soak up a bunch of abilities, and then you've got lots of fortify to resist their regular basic attacks while you fight back. So sturdy fortification is kind of a must-have for PvP. There's also some stamina stuff that you can get for your shield. I don't remember what the buff is called. It's sturdy something. Sturdy energy or something like that. But it reduces the amount of stamina damage you take, which I think is also huge. So your shield is all about stamina management. And all about your defensive stats. So if you can make it so you can block more attacks, that's bueno. If you can make it where when you have your shield out, you take less damage, that's bueno. So fortifications, protections, and stamina. The best protections you can get are thrust, slash, and strike as well. The elemental protections are secondary. Absolutely, except the one caveat I would put to that is the fire. There are a mess load of fire staff blunderbuss users right this moment. So fire and thrust, I think, are really important. But there's also, I mean, you get tons of hammers, you get tons of axes, you get tons of all of that stuff. So thrust, slash, and strike, like Jesus Snack says, are super important. Especially thrust. One of the hardest things you're going to have to deal with is musket and bow users and rapiers. Rapiers are so hard to deal with as a sword and shield user. So any mitigation you can get for thrust is so good. So good. Let's put that in there. Nope, that's the wrong one. Yeah, and blunderbuss. Blunderbuss is also thrust for sure. Fuck blunderbuss. I don't know who decided to make that weapon, but I hate that person. With every fiber of my being, I hate that person. I do love the shotties, and so I'm actually kind of thinking about rolling a blunderbuss on this build. Because I'm a terrible person. Last light. Oh my gosh, I got so much charcoal all over the place. My life is pain right now. I honestly think this sword shield blunderbuss would probably slap just to get a little bit of that mid-range damage because things get away from me too much, and being able to just swap into the blunderbuss and zap somebody with it real quick would really, really make my day. Honestly, I just want to sword shield everything. Sword shield fire staff? Yes, please. Let's see. Steel ingot. I'm just going to buy a bunch of these flat out. Was that a mostly terrible idea? Yes. Do I give any fucks? No. I got to use up some of these raw resources, dude. They're killing me. I think it's going to take me more than a minute. Hang on. Let's do the thing. Jam it out. I'm so bad at this. Oh, I have no rhythm. Ennead was on the mutations this week. If you were still interested in the wall artifact, I don't think I am actually. I don't think that I am. Okay, well, we're still encumbered, but we're marginally less encumbered. I think we saved ourselves at least a minute of walking in that minute of playing. Mythic Bean. I like that guy's outfit too. And Mythic Bean is a pretty solid name. I'm very entertained. Very entertained. Are you not entertained? All right. So we've already got some iron that we can make some more steel with, so let's do that. Come over here. Make some star metal. We can make 156 star metal. I don't even think that's all the star metal ore I've got. But at least... Oh, I'm not even wearing... I am such a schmuck. Wow, next update, bow is getting nerfed. Boltcaster bye-bye. Good. Nobody likes people who play bow. Nobody likes anybody who plays anything but tank. Tanks are the only class that matter. Every other weapon sucks. And I will fight anybody who disagrees with me. Oh, my smelter gear is in... Okay. Well, I've obviously lost my ability to make good decisions. How's the bow getting nerfed next patch? What are they doing to it? And where are you getting patch notes? Because I want to read those. I mean, even if they nerf bow, it's because it's currently overtuned. You know, things don't get nerfed when they're undertuned. So it's not likely to have that negative of an impact on people who are playing it. Make some Asmodium. Oh, I didn't get any bonuses. That's bullshit. What's a void? Oh, that's right. I forgot all about void ore. Yeah, I remember that. I can only make 23 mithrils? Why you lie? Oh, it's because I don't have any more mithril. Okay, that's fine. Make some prismatics. Wow, didn't get any more on that either, huh? You suck, game. You suck butt. Prismatics in there, that in there, that in there, that in there. Where'd all my wooden coins go? I thought all my wooden coins were here. Okay, well, we still got a lot of work to do in these inventories then. Let's take out a little more mithril ore, because we're going to need to make that. I'm going to leave my wooden coins here, so instead of storing... Here we go. Definitely need those. Don't need any of that. So instead of storing charcoal, I'm going to store wooden coins. And then I'm just going to turn the wooden coins into charcoal. Because it's the cheapest way to buy charcoal anyway. Because they're super cheap. So we'll buy wooden coins, and that'll be how we get our charcoal. And then we'll just store them as wooden coins. Yeah, here we go. Because 300 and some wooden coins is 36 weight. But that's 3,640 charcoal right there. Instead of this 4,000 is 400 weight. So that's like it's a tenth the weight. Which is awesome. Take that out. I think I have some more coins here. Yep. Take those out. Those, and those. Bop, bop. Probably need to buy more steel ingots, but I don't have any money to buy any steel ingots right now. Oh my god. Where does all this stuff come from? This needs to go back up to Eden Grove. I don't even know where I get all these things. If I have 100 more orichalcum, then I'm going to need even more of that. Okay. Let's go make some more magic. Damage got nerfed. Okay. Where are you reading that at? So I can go check out what else might be changing. Make a shit ton more mithril. Boop. Open that. Give me... Damn. That goes in there. 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 And that. Nice. Okay. So now what to do with all this other flippin' garbage. So we're doing this at Everfall. We've got the Grand Carnival is right here next to it. So overflow for this resource will go in the Grand Carnival. This is getting sold right now. But the Grand Carnival is going to be overflow for like charcoal and stuff like that. Which it's already full, so I can't even use it anymore. Holy shnikes. Alright, I gotta admit, I'm tired of doing this. Take all that, take all that, take all these. That right there. Or take it all. Who cares? Future Chris's problem. Dope. And then we gotta go back to this one. Take all this stuff off. Hopefully I still have enough space. Yeah. We only have 9 pounds worth of weight left here. I'm gonna have to like do a bunch of influence races and stuff to try and up my level in some of these cities so I can max out my storages. And then honestly, in the cities where I'm gonna do refining, I should probably buy houses and max out my storages in those too. Let's equip this set. And that. Actually, something else I want to check real quick. I want to... Okay, so you can upgrade this stuff. And let's see what upgrading my mining gear is going to do for me. So we start out, we have 1.5 resource yield. And we have 4.7% mining luck. If we level this up to this one, we still get 1.5 resource yield and 4.7% mining luck. We do get more health. And then the base armor stats also go up. So leveling these isn't terribly valuable. Because the yields and the luck don't seem to go up with the umbral crystals. But you can get yourself some extra health and just be generally slightly more tanky. I don't know that that's honestly worth umbral crystals. I don't think it is, actually. But maybe if you just are drowning in umbral crystals later and you don't have anything else to do with it, might as well throw it on there. Because you can only have 4,000 umbral crystals at a time. So this is something that's kind of crazy. The game is sort of forcing you to have a project all the time. Because you can only have 4,000 shards at a time. And so if you don't have a project and you max out your shards in a week, then you're just sitting there. And now anything that you do that can give you shards is just wasted. So it's really, really important to have a secondary set of equipment in mind, have a third set of equipment in mind. I want to turn in my quests, and you got kicked. Put in a 4-person queue. Oh gosh, that sucks. Dude, I don't know why New World seems to hate you, Chris. But it fucking hates you, dude. Like, every time you turn around, you're just having a horrible experience. I commend you for your dedication and perseverance. Because I straight up, I would have punched a hole in the wall by now. Thankfully, artifacts are usually good targets for umbrals. Oh, absolutely. Well, and they fixed it, so you can umbral your artifacts now before you kiln them. Because what was happening before is you would umbral them, and if you hadn't already done the kiln upgrade, it would take it back to 700. But they fixed that now, so you can go ahead and kiln them after. So even if you haven't taken the time to really upgrade, you still... Like, bro, I just got on for the first time. Just let me grind to level 70. Dude, I don't even know what to say, man. You are taking the brunt of the bullshit for the rest of us. And for that, we applaud you. Because I haven't had any problems. I haven't really been sitting in queues. I haven't been getting kicked off the game. I haven't, like, anything. I've just been having a great time. Oh, the Hammer of Yeet is, like, the most fun. You get to hit somebody with your Yeet Hammer and then turn them into a flaming projectile that hits everybody that you yeet them into. It's hilarious. I don't think that there are a lot of artifacts out there, like the Yeet Hammer is a pretty niche artifact as far as like what it could be used for. I'm sure it's great in wars. It's probably pretty good in OPR. It's generally probably okay in PvP, just for being able to get people away from you if you need to. But like in PvE, you couldn't use the yeet hammer because you never want to be knocking enemies away like that because it just kind of gets in the way of people trying to DPS and stuff. But a lot of the artifacts have really niche kind of effects like that, but they have really cool effects. I mean, even if it was actively impeding your ability to do whatever it was you were doing, the yeet hammer is still fun as fuck because you just get to knock people all over the place, and it's hilarious. Come here, Saeed. Come here, Saeed. It's a sad day. No fight. I want a mall. I hear people yelling over here like there's a fight. Oh shit. Lodestones. Loading up on lodestones. Oh, right. We're also doing orichalcum. Yeah. I like gathering. I like gathering. Get in the stuffs so I can make the things. Gonna be rich as fuck, and it will be awesome. I think if you farm mithril flagged behind Eridanus, you could just yeet people off the cliffs where they... Oh, yo, that's a great idea, Cheesy Snacks. I didn't really think about that, but specifically with mining, you're absolutely right. A lot of times you're up on this side of cliffs and stuff. And so if people come after you, just yeeting them off a cliff so that you could be flagged and still do your gathering would be hilarious. I'm thinking, do I get Monarch's Bluffs done, then head to bed, or go to bed now and level in the morning? So I've been up since 2 a.m. this morning with no sleep. I thought you said you were staying up all night because you had a nap. What is this? What is this garbage, Chris? Go get you a Red Bull and get to work. This isn't fun and games. This is real life. I think this is some sort of video game that you could just turn off when you're sleepy. Go to bed. But in all seriousness, if you're tired now, you should just turn it off now. Because what's going to end up happening is in your sleepy state, it's going to take you longer to get through Monarch's Bluffs, which is just a waste of your time. because you're gonna, you're gonna like close your eyes or blink too long or something like that, start running into a wall, and then you're not gonna be very efficient, right? Your attacking isn't gonna be very efficient. You're just gonna go left click everything, and that's not really gonna be the fastest way to get through. So it's gonna end up taking you even longer just to get through the Monarch's Bluff story, and then you're gonna get less sleep, and you're gonna be done slower. So you might as well, like, if you're sleepy now, just go to bed. That scared the crap out of me. I thought that was a player. Jerk. Right, bud, I'm gonna head to bed. Thank you. Yeah, have a good night. I'm glad that you got a chance to get some stuff done there. At least get your character made and started. Oh. Somebody's doing the quest over there. Pectus. Let's go get him. Oh, oh, Pectus, you poor guy. How did I get this thing's aggro? Thanks, bud. Nerd. A Void Gauntlet. Great axe, eh? Got him, coach. Oh, you're right. Probably was the Abyss. Probably right. I think that build was pretty new to that dude. He was having a little trouble with that Void Gauntlet. Having a little trouble with that Void Gauntlet. Good times, though. Good times. I honestly think that one of the reasons the sword and shield and also the flail and shield is so strong in the current bruiser meta is because a lot of the current bruiser meta is about life leech, and you can't leech if you don't do damage. So blocking, not only does blocking mean you don't hit me, it means you don't gain life. So I think there's a lot of good to be said in the current bruiser meta for the sword and the shield. I didn't finish picking my plant. Blocking is OP. Shields themselves are much stronger because of the perk arrangements. Oh, yeah. No, new shields are strong. The fact that you can get a gem slot in a shield is dumb. I get an extra gem slot. That's fucking crazy. I get an extra physical aversion or an extra elemental aversion or an extra whatever the hell I want. It's kind of wrong. They should probably change it. So right now, all shields are considered armor. And so all the shields get whatever the armor buff for the gems and stuff is. Yeah, and an extra rune glass, absolutely. But what they should do is they should actually swap it and make it so that like round shields count as weapons and then like kite and heavy shields count as armors. So that if you're playing with a round shield and you're playing light, you can't be nearly as tanky, maybe. Of course, that means then you'd get a lot more leech in light. So, because your rune glass would be 3% instead of 1. So, I don't know. I don't have a solution. Honestly, shields are dumb. The fact that I get a whole extra weapon slot or item slot is kind of fucking crazy. Especially now that my my sword doesn't get half as many attribute points or whatever because I don't get attribute points on my shield. Like the whole thing is just bonkers to me. Shields are so strong. Just free stats. Which makes it even more strange to me that the flail build is shieldless for the Odo or whatever. That's really weird to me. Just how much damage Odos give. I mean, that's fair. I guess if it's doing that much damage, it's worth. If your item is so good that it makes you want to not have a whole extra item, that's actually kind of insane. Okay. Well, Dookie, I don't need Mithril anymore. Like, I guess I need the gems, but... it's kind of not worth it to me to even pick it up. Because I have so much. I see you. I wish that I could actually see this person. Like, see their name. Because if it's one of the people I already killed, I don't want to kill him again. Nope, it's not. Oh, and they got a blunderbuss. Yeah, I don't care about your life at all. Get wrecked. Murking all the nerds. Hey, we only need 5 more kills till my boots are done. I dig it. My resources. Nobody else is allowed to come out here and gather resources. The resources belong to Hermit. If you come out here and gather, you are just gathering resources for me. Because I will kill you and take them. Don't you do it, jerk. I gotta admit, I have way more fun playing this game when I'm winning my fights. When we first came out here, we lost a couple in a row. I was getting a little sad. But we've killed 6 people today. And I feel pretty good about that. I see you, Wormsy. Oh. Don't run away. You're no fun. No fun at all. I wonder if there's any sort of like interesting fish you can catch out here. Or if it's all the same kind of fish. It'd be super dope if there were like some special fish. I don't even really know what fishing is for in this game. I should probably look into it. And maybe that'll be something that's fun to do out here in the FFA zone. Oh, stat foods. Yeah, you're right. Well, it's definitely worth it then. Stat foods sell for big bucks. Big buckos. Oh, there's a guy. Sir Flores. Come to Butthead. Oh, you running and shooting. Oh, that hurt. Oh, shit. He's still here. Oh, no. That's just too wide open. Get a hard time closing on that dude. Sometimes you gotta run away so you can live to fight another day. But he was hitting pretty hard. He had one of them glass cannon musket builds. He was chunking me pretty good. And if I'd have tried to close that much distance on him, I'd have had to have my blocks on point too well. And he had already gotten me pretty good a couple of times. He was pretty accurate, so. It is unlikely in a nice open environment like this that I was going to beat that dude in a fight. And if he didn't have some sort of really massive desire to fight me, or if he had any patience at all, like I could hide behind stuff, but that only helps if he's willing to come to me. If he's patient enough that he's not going to come to me, then hiding behind stuff just means that I have to stand there like an idiot. And then the minute I poke my head out, he just gets a free shot, right? So, I mean, shields are great for that. You can totally close decent distances by you just walk, shield, walk, shield, walk, shield, and you move faster than they do. Especially if you have the move faster while blocking perk. But even if you don't, you can still close those gaps. But it's tough. And you will likely take a couple of hits while you're doing it. And so it's very hard to get in there and get those kills. I think in the open world, muskets are probably the strongest weapon. Just because when you don't have objectives and you don't have some sort of goal you have to go for, and there's no limit to the range at which you can instigate a fight from, and, you know, most of the environments have pretty wide open areas, it means that you're constantly the one who's kind of in control of the tempo of the fight. And so, and you can also just run away forever. So unless somebody has a build that's good to run you down with, you know, fire staff or something like that, then you can just run. And maybe that's my opinion because I'm a tank, because I don't have a ton of good speed stuff. So somebody who's just rolling outpaces me, even if I use, you know, all of my dash skills and all that stuff. If I was doing this every time I could, I still wouldn't catch up to somebody who was just rolling in light. And so maybe that's why it's so strong to me, is those people sort of have an endless ability to create distance. And as long as there's no pressure on them to end the fight quickly, or, you know, no objective that they need to be trying to get, then I'm just completely at their mercy. Unless they're real dumb. Or unless I can get the fight initiated and they waste all their rolls, then I might have a chance to. The darkest. I see you, darkest. I actually want to go check something real quick. There's 2 treasure chests right off the side of this here. There's a couple over on that side over there, too. Yeah. My chest. Damn it. Damn it, damn it, damn it. I had gotten a little too comfortable, and I let that guy come and hit me because I knew that it was going to draw him in a little more. I didn't expect quite so much damage to happen so quickly. I should have come off of that chest early. Got my shield up. But I was a little too confident. I never use my heart rune. I suck at the heart rune. Doubloons. All right. Are you serious right now? Can we just not? Right. Looks like Last Light is also the place where the extra metals go. Fucking metal, dude. Every time. We want to go to Morningdale to drop off that stuff. Then we want to go to Eden Grove to drop off that stuff. Nope, can't. Let's take those out. Let's take those out. Put that in, put that in, put that in. Okay, Eden Grove will go to Evanscale Reach for its extras. Let's sell some stuff. What do we got? What do we got? Put up an exhausting infected throw. Sure, why not? Lash harnessing. Oh, this one's going to be worth. Hell yeah. 4,999 gold. Yes, please. Ooh. Azoth went up too. Boom shakalaka. Okay. Okay. I see you, game. How long is it going to be?
You are doing well, Sentinel of the Night.
Till I can buy another one of these. 2 days. All right, well. We're coming up on our 6-hour mark here, and because I'm going to be trying to fix my schedule so I can wake up at 5 tomorrow and do my morning stuff, I think we're going to call it so that I can wind down and get a couple hours of sleep and then wake up at 5 tomorrow. And then instead of the stream being super late like it was today, we'll go back to the streams being like 12 or 1 start, and then they'll go until 8 or 9, and then I'll just go to bed right after so that I can wake up at 5 a.m. every day to go out there and get all my charms. Because super duper important. So thanks everybody for coming out. We had a great stream today. Lots of activity, lots of interaction, lots of viewers. I think we hit a new maximum today. So that's awesome. I really appreciate that. I always appreciate people coming in and saying stuff. Really helps keep things interesting and entertaining, and I like it a lot. So thank you. I hope everybody has a great rest of their night. I hope everybody's enjoying Nightfall. I'm having so much fun playing this game right now. Or Night Haven, not Nightfall. I know how to speak. But yeah, so I hope everybody has a great rest of their night, and I'll see you all on the next one tomorrow at the regular time. And thanks again for coming by.